Let us pray. Almighty God, where you have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and that will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om al ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikalela leswe letu na bantu balu, umusile ukulungu kwepondo letu. Nkosi sikalela iAfrika, kina abantwana bayo, kokela inkokheli zayo, yeniki upolo iAfrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Please be seated. Good afternoon, honourable members. Before we proceed, I would like to remind the honourable members of some of the procedural arrangements. As has been our practice to date, honourable members will participate in the sitting of the House, both from here in the chamber, with the presiding officer and the table staff, and by Microsoft Teams. Our standing rules have accordingly been amended to accommodate such hybrid sittings of the House. Honourable members, if you are experiencing challenges in connecting to the sitting, you are requested to please contact the WCPP ICT colleagues who will assist to resolve the connectivity challenges. Honourable members, the quorum requirements of the sitting or for the sitting of the House are provided for in the Constitution of the Western Cape and the standing rules. Unless there's a unanimous indication of unanimous concurrence, voting will be confined to members present in the House and on the hybrid system who are entitled to cast their votes as per the ATC issued on the 11th of August 2020. Honourable members who are considered out of order by the presiding officer will have their microphones muted and called to order. Honourable members, the Sergeant at Arms will record your attendance. Honourable members, microphones have been muted. However, for those honourable members participating in the sitting of the House via Microsoft Teams, you are requested to use the raise hand functionality of the system when you desire to raise a point of order, and I will recognize you. Honourable members, the media have also been granted access to this MS Teams meeting as guests of the WCPP. However, members of the press may not use the chat room or speak or activate their cameras while the sitting is in progress. Honourable members, for this sitting, language translation services are available in the chamber as usual and on Microsoft Teams via the respective channels. Honourable members, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 40 of our standing rules that no interjections are permitted during these hybrid sittings. That deals with the logistics for the sitting of today. Honourable members, please allow me an opportunity to welcome the guests in the gallery. Welcome to the WCPP. Honourable members in the gallery or guests in the gallery, I wish to draw your attention to the fact that you may not participate in the sitting of the House, but you're more than welcome to the sitting today, and I hope that you will enjoy what's on the order paper. Honourable members, it will also be remiss of me not to draw your attention to the new Secretary to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, Ms. Rashida Beg. Welcome to the WCPP, Ms. Beg. You're not new to the institution, and I'm sure that you have already engaged many of the members here because it's been a month and a couple of days since you've taken office. And honourable members, please help me to welcome Ms. Beg to the WCPP. Honourable members, I wish to ask that Honourable Lita Kong, Member Lita Kong, if you can please rise. Honourable Lita Kong, following the adoption by the House of the report of the Conduct Committee on the 24th of April 2025 relating to your failure to submit your members' disclosure form timeously, I hereby reprimand you for breaching paragraph 11.2 of the Code of Conduct for members of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Members have to abide by the principles, rules, and obligations set out in the Code of Conduct, and your failure to do so is a serious transgression. I trust that as a member, you will learn from this experience and you will not be found wanting in this regard in future. Thank you very much. You may take your seat. With that being said, honourable members, I recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, we join you in welcoming the new Secretary to the WCPP. Honourable Speaker, I give notice and move that notwithstanding the provisions of Rule 21, that precedence be given to the Speaker's debate. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion? No objections, agreed to. We will now deal with the Speaker's debate as printed on the order paper in terms of Rule 147, and I recognise the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this Women's Day debate, I'm reminded of the words of philosopher Ayn Rand, who said, "The question isn't who is going to let me, it's who's going to stop me." Time and again, South African women have shown courage, determination, and the will to succeed. But it has been outdated, out of touch, and oppressive systems, laws, and regulations that have stifled women's potential. We recognize August as Women's Month to honor the 20,000 women who in 1956 marched to the Union buildings and left an indelible mark on our nation's history. Speaker, our duty in government is simple. Tear down barriers and together build systems and societies that give women the tools, the space, and the freedom to thrive, not more burdens. That is why, Speaker, it is so alarming to read the Promotion of Women's Rights, Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill, recently published by the National Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Instead of empowering women, this bill is nothing but a box-ticking exercise that buries us in bureaucracy. The bill was a bad policy instrument when it was first introduced more than 10 years ago, and it remains just that. It creates new layers of costly administration. It duplicates the work of bodies like the Commission for Gender Equality and overlaps with existing laws. It ignores the realities of how government actually works, bypasses existing budget and planning processes, and entrenches siloed, fragmented approaches that have failed women for decades. Yet, it demands that every public sector department, NGO, and private company with more than 50 employees or certain turnover to submit no fewer than 11 separate plans to the National Minister. This means precious time, energy, and resources will be wasted on paperwork instead of being focused on where it truly matters, tackling the real and systemic challenges that women in our country face every day. But here in the Western Cape, the provincial government is proof that you don't need more red tape or forms to empower women. We are placing women at the center of everything we do, because empowering women means empowering the Western Cape, future generations, and all of South Africa. We believe in empowering women from the very start so they can start well. That is why we recently launched the Khulisa Care pilot project, which aims to stop babies being born underweight and to ensure mothers of underweight babies get the right support to help their children grow and thrive in their first 6 months of life, reducing stunting in children under 5. This initiative combines monthly nutrition support with protein-rich foods and comprehensive primary health care delivered by trained community health workers who support moms, as well as guidance on breastfeeding and child well-being. But importantly, it also focuses on the well-being of moms themselves. This is not just a health intervention, it is an investment in the future. If we don't act early, we risk locking families and the country into cycles of poverty, poor health, and underachievement. And we continue to invest in the future by making available an HPV vaccine to protect young girls against cervical cancer. We have successfully administered over 350,000 vaccines, reaching nearly 1,200 schools annually in the Western Cape. And to give premature babies the best possible start, the department has kangaroo care at selected facilities. This allows mothers to stay close to their babies. Research shows that skin-to-skin contact helps regulate a baby's temperature and heart rate and helps improve sleep and oxygen levels, reduces stress, and supports healthy brain development. Speaker, to live well, we want healthcare facilities that are safe and sensitive to women's needs. South Africa faces the scourge of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. Often, women seek medical help before, if ever, reporting abuse to the police. I'm deeply proud of the work our department, in partnership with the Grooteskied Trust, is doing to screen patients for intimate partner violence and to equip our doctors with the training to sensitively administer rape kits. To date, nearly 30,000 women have been screened at Grooteskied and Mitchells Plain hospitals. Following the success of these programs, the Grooteskied Hospital Trust is exploring expanding the intervention across the province, with plans underway to launch it at Heiderveld Community Health Centre later this year. And to ensure women can age well, we assess patients for menopausal symptoms at each visit, from hot flushes to depression and sleep difficulties. Many women suffer needlessly due to a lack of knowledge and care. And so we provide education and counseling on managing the symptoms, which can often interfere with daily life, and counseling on the risks and benefits of hormone replacement therapy. Speaker, I began with the words, the question isn't who's going to let me, it's who's going to stop me. In the Western Cape, that answer is clear. No one will stop our women from reaching their full potential, and this government will be there every step of the way to help women to soar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Lecker. Do you need the podium? I recognize you, Honourable Lecker.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to declare my apologies.
The members, can I just
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC to participate on today's debate. I greet you and the honorable members, including the people of the Western Cape. Today, we gather to mark a day that is both a commemoration and a call to action. Women's Day in South Africa is not a ceremonial date on the calendar. It is a reminder of the courage of the 20,000 women who, on the 9th of August 1956, marched to the Union buildings to say with one voice, "Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo." You strike a woman, you strike a rock. These mothers, workers, leaders, and revolutionaries defied apartheid and fought for dignity, equality, and freedom. Their courage echoes the prophetic words of S.E.K. Mqhayi, who in 1940 called out to women, "Shukumani bafazi, ushenqile umakhixikhiqi, ufinyisa amaghuqu, itye lesiseko seTiyopiya, maze amabele made yase-Afrika okhanyisa usapho lukantu luphela." This is a reminder that women have always been the backbone of liberation struggles, the foundation stones of our communities, the light that guides the African household. Honorable Speaker, while we honor their legacy, we must also confront the truth that the struggle for women's freedom is far from over. In our province, women today, especially poor women, are under siege. The dusty streets of the Cape Flats echo with the cries of mothers who have lost their children to bullets, to drugs, and to gangs. In our farming communities, women endure exploitation, unsafe working conditions, and poverty wages. Across our towns and townships, women live with the constant fear of gender-based violence and femicides. The Western Cape is one of the provinces most affected by these crimes. Yet our provincial government invests less than 80 million a year to fight GBV, which is a drop in the ocean for a crisis of this magnitude. Names like Uyinene Mkhwetyana, Twetwe, Jocelyn, Lolita, Zenande, and Unam Mamfanya are etched into our hearts, each representing a stolen, a life stolen, a family shattered, a community in mourning. Behind each name are thousands of women and girls whose suffering never makes the news. Speaker, our people are tired of summits. They are tired of declarations. They are tired of empty promises that never reach the streets where the pain is real. We have strategies, but without agency, they are just files gathering the dust. When survivors are turned away at police stations, when shelters are too few and underfunded, when court cases drag on for years, when leaders face no consequences for failing to act, then we have failed the women of this province. We have failed the women in this provincial government who have reported sexual offenses and harassment within government offices, only to have their cases swept under the carpet by a government that protects perpetrators. Farrell Payne is enjoying his pension while the victim of his sexual crimes suffers in silence and trauma at home. In the Department of Local Government, those who dare to report harassment face intimidation and retaliation instead of justice. The theme for this year's Women Month is building resilient economies for all. You cannot build a resilient economy while half of your population lives in fear. Economic empowerment is not just a policy option. It is a lifeline for women who want to escape violence. Without economic independence, too many women are forced to choose between staying in an abusive home or facing poverty on the streets. According to the provincial government data in 2022-2023, there were 7,294 sexual offenses reported in the Western Cape, which is 13.6% of all such crimes in South Africa. 7 police stations in the province rank among the country's 30 worst stations for sexual offenses. And yet the DA-led government allocates only 0.088% of its 89 billion budget for fighting GBV and femicide. That is less than 1/10 of 1%. This is a shameful disgrace given the crisis. Speaker, we must take a moment to acknowledge the national government's investment in the Western Cape, including 9 Tutuzela care centers in partnership with the NPA. Additionally, we must make it clear that the provincial government's so-called 365-day campaign is meaningless without any resources to match the rhetoric. Earlier this year, the European Union claimed the Western Cape was leading the country in GBV strategy implementation. And I put it that this is a blatant lie. With only 0.088% of the budget dedicated to GBVF, this leadership is nothing but window dressing. Speaker, today the ANC calls for urgent, concrete measures. Declare GBV a provincial emergency by mobilizing leadership and resources as we did during COVID-19. Fully fund GBV prevention and survivor support, including shelters and safe houses in the province. Support GBV-friendly rooms in every police station. Invest in economic empowerment programs for women, including skills training. Drive cultural transformation to dismantle toxic masculinity, patriarchy, and sexism in schools, workplace, religious institutions, and communities.
Honorable
In
Lacker, your
closing-
time has expired. Please wrap up.
Thank you, Speaker. In closing, Speaker, every day in this province, women wake up not knowing if they will come home alive. This should haunt us all. Watinda bafazi, Watinti Mbokodo must not remain only a cry from the past. It must rally us to act now.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I now recognize the Honourable Stevens. Honourable Stevens is on the hybrid system. Colleagues, please just be mindful of that. Honourable Stevens, I recognize you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I greet all honourable members in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Just days ago, on the 9th of August, we celebrated Women's Day, remembering the 1956 march when over 20,000 women rose against unjust past laws, declaring, "Watint ambafazi, watint imbokodo." You strike a woman, you strike a rock. That courage still inspires us, but it must also challenge us, because beyond the celebrations, women across the Western Cape still face gender-based violence, unequal pay, limited economic opportunity, and barriers to safety, education, and healthcare. The Patriotic Alliance believes empowering women is not just justice. It is essential to building stronger families, communities, and a thriving province. We call on this House to unite across the party lines to ensure that every woman can live with dignity, safety, and equality. Let Women's Month not be a date on the calendar, but a daily commitment to honor those before us, support those beside us, and inspire those to come. Honourable Speaker, if we fail our women, we fail our future, and the Patriotic Alliance refuse to fail. Thank you.
Baie dankie, agbare Stevens. Honourable Kasim, do you need the podium? I recognize the Honourable Kasim.
Speaker. As we embark on this month dedicated to all women who fearlessly marched to the Union buildings in 1956, let me start by quoting Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela, who reminds us that if you are to free yourself, you must break the chains of oppression yourself. Only then can we express our dignity. And only when we have liberated ourselves can we cooperate with other groups. Speaker, 31 years into democracy, and we are yet to break the chains of oppression for many women, especially women in Black and in African and colored communities who to date await a life free of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We are yet to break the chains of oppression while women and children across hidden and isolated farming areas across this province continue to be enslaved to payments of alcohol and wages which are little or close to nothing while their masters cash up on the fruits of their labor. And once they are no longer needed, Speaker, they get evicted from farms like cheap and disposable labor, despite their relatives working on these farming areas for decades. We are yet to break the chains of oppression for women in areas like Mitchell's Plain and Yanga, among other colored and African communities, where women and children are held hostage in drug and gang activity and enslaved as sex objects because there is no assistance forthcoming from the state for such communities. We are yet to break the chain of oppression for women when job opportunities are offered in the bedroom or in bedrooms when the job applicant is a woman, as opposed to focusing on their skills and experience and then offer them jobs without asking for more. But Speaker, since our heroines marched through the Union buildings almost 70 years ago, a battle against oppression, sexism, and insubordination of women is yet to be won. And while we hope for better conditions for all women, let's remind ourselves that it's even political parties like the Democratic Alliance who want to continue oppressing Black women in this country when they say that they want to remove the broad-based Black economic empowerment and affirmative action, which are both policies aimed at addressing the inequalities of apartheid. And when they say this, it is evident that they are openly declaring war on all Black women in this country because it is Black women, and given the historical injustices, that have been the most marginalized and that stand to benefit from both affirmative action and Black economic empowerment. Speaker, as the EFF, we call upon all women from all walks of life to come together and to unite towards a common endeavor aimed at true emancipation from emotional and physical abuse at the hands of men, emancipation from all sorts of crime targeted at women, such as rape and sexual violence, among others. Emancipation from mental slavery, where men want to always have the final say on everything and want to drive the discourse of how women should dress, behave, and lead their lifestyle. Speaker, today as women, we also carry the burden not only of protecting a girl child, but we live in a world and country where the oppressed must also carry the burden of protecting others who are similarly oppressed. It was And as I conclude, Speaker, it is time to put our faith. Sorry, Speaker. As I conclude, the time to put our faith on others and expecting or hoping that they will change is over. As women, we need to break those chains and deliver ourselves out of the bondage which seeks to hold us. Speaker, the struggle continues.
Your time has expired. I'm
Thank you,
going to
Speaker.
allow you an opportunity to conclude. I'll allow you an opportunity to conclude.
Speaker, the struggle continues and the fight is far from over.
Thank you very much. Before I recognize Honourable Van Minen, do you need the podium? And then I
No, thank you.
recognize you. Honourable Van Minen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women's Day and Women's Month rolls around every year to the same narrative, that we've come a long way, but still have so much further to go. Mr. Speaker, it is time to shift this up and start really speaking more honestly about how we tackle problems. And in particular today, I want to address the issues of the barriers in dealing with gender-based violence. GBV is a pandemic, a scourge on women and children in the Western Cape, with devastating impacts on lives and inaction from some of the authorities meant to deal with it and help protect us. Honourable Speaker, we can call on SAPS to step up, and we must call on SAPS to step up. And I mean those members who are not themselves perpetrators of gender-based violence. But the question is, what does that really achieve? Policing alone does not stop GBV. Yes, it can deter incidents, respond to threats, and remove perpetrators. But it really tackles the root causes. And we know that GBV is often underreported because of fear, because of stigma, and because of the mistrust in the justice system. That silence results in cases being withdrawn and justice never being served. This crisis is made worse by the fact that GBV is driven by deep social and cultural forces, harmful gender norms, entrenched inequality, and economic dependence. These are not problems that policing can solve in isolation. They require broader change. To fill those gaps left by SAPS, as we are hearing today, the Western Cape government provides critical interventions. Prevention is not just about law enforcement. It demands education. It demands community engagement. It demands strong social support systems. But, Honourable Speaker, trust between people and law enforcement is essential. And under our current staid and outdated national legislation, SAPS is the lead agency. In fact, the only agency with a mandated power to employ detectives. And this lack of trust is not without basis. Some recent highlights, or should I rather say lowlights, of SAPS in the Western Cape includes 6 SAPS officers from the Khayelitsha Detective Service arrested for submitting false travel claims. One also faces an additional charge for failing to assist a witness in a murder investigation. A police officer from Gordons Bay SAPS was arrested on rape charges. The CPF chair of Strand, a former SAPS officer, is under arrest facing multiple charges of sexual misconduct. At Nyanga SAPS, 3 officers were arrested for orchestrating a business robbery. The Crime Intelligence Division in this province, again SAPS, has faced multiple allegations of corruption, with the head of crime intelligence dismissed in 2024 for misconduct. The Democratic Alliance has publicly demanded that Lieutenant General Patekile suspend SAPS members in the province facing serious criminal charges. Yet a SAPS constable is out on bail for rape while still serving. A station commander accused of torture and attempted murder remains in charge, and a SAPS warrant officer has been reinstated after a drink driving accident. IPID has reported a troubling rise in SAPS-related misconduct across South Africa, with 888 cases reported in the Western Cape alone, including torture and deaths in custody. President Cyril Ramaphosa has placed the National Police Minister on leave for an inquiry into serious allegations relating to collusion and political killings, and has appointed an acting Minister of Police, the 5th in 10 years. Put mildly, this hardly paints a rosy picture of SAPS, and it gives survivors of GBV no reason at all to trust SAPS. And here is the takeaway. Even if SAPS do their part, prosecution and conviction rates for GBV crimes are often low, weakening deterrence. This is where the Western Cape government steps in to fill the gap left by bad national government policy and enforcement. With LEAP, targeted healthcare services, as we've heard, social workers and other support addressing the actual needs of women. In short, policing can contribute to tackling GBV by enforcing laws, protecting victims, and holding perpetrators accountable. But it is only one piece of the puzzle. Without prevention, community engagement,
Honourable Van Minen, please take your seat. Order, members. I please ask that the table staff please mute all microphones on the hybrid system. And can I please remind the members on the hybrid system that if you want to raise a point of order, please use the raise hand functionality. Alternatively, you may not interject while a member's on the floor. My apologies, Honourable Van Minen. And can I just get the table staff with regards to your time? I will make sure that you get your adequate time allocated. You may continue.
Thank you very much. In short, policing can contribute to tackling GBV by enforcing laws, protecting victims, and holding perpetrators accountable. But it is only one piece of the puzzle. Without prevention, community engagement, survivor support, and systematic gender equality measures, GBV will persist. Countries and regions with the most progress against GBV combine policing with social services, public awareness, education, economic development for women, and strong legal frameworks. And as we are hearing today, the Western Cape government is rolling out those measures. But we need SAPS to play their part and for national government to stop neglecting the Western Cape for their own ends and agenda. Currently, staffing numbers in the Western Cape of SAPS are 25% below minimum requirements. And for the opposition to stop being disingenuous with their messages and trying to shift the blame onto the province. This is disinformation that they're instructed to disseminate by their political masters. Systematic failures of a national mandate of policing is denying justice to the women and children of the Western Cape. And whereas the Western Cape government is stepping up and rolling out support programs and local law enforcement where it can, at the end of the day, the question needs to be asked about whether national government is committed to ending the scourge or is just box ticking in order to pat itself on the back while letting the vulnerable suffer. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minen. Order, members. Honourable members, before we continue, I wish to draw your attention to Rule 147, subsection 1, when related to speakers' debates. This debates in the name of the speaker, as tabled by the speaker, is non-political in nature. Honourable members, can I please ask that you adhere to the rules? There's no need to make this debate political. You have ample opportunity in the rules and mechanisms of Parliament to bring your political debates to this House. But please respect our rules as we've all agreed at the beginning of this term. And in terms of Rule 147, subsection 1, I wish to caution you for the remainder of the speakers on the speakers list. Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honourable Jacobs, who's on the hybrid system. Honourable Jacobs.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all. Glory to word, glory to sound, and glory to power. Hail His Majesty. Speaker, on the 9th of August 1956, 20,000 women marched to the Union buildings to raise their anger relating to past laws and other discriminating laws. They were led by heroes like Sophia Williams, Helen Joseph, and others. They showed true grit and tenacity of women in the apartheid system of South Africa, and the act was the catalyst that started the movement that brought us to 1994. But Speaker, let us forward to 2025, when nothing much has changed for women other than having the same ID cards as men. Speaker, women are still being brutalized by a wave of gender-based violence. Women still suffer harassment in the workplace and being overlooked for promotions and leadership positions, purely because they are women. But Speaker, daily colored mothers still kneel and cry over lifeless bodies of their sons, brothers, and husbands. Daily single mothers must fight to survive the ever-rising cost of living, such as anti-poor policies of this province. Speaker, up until this day, mothers are still fighting to keep their children in school, working sometimes up to 3 jobs to have enough money to elevate their kids from the current gutter education. Now, Speaker, in closing, let us commemorate Women's Day by saying a nation can rise no higher than its women. Because when you teach a man, you teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. Ushakuva. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jacobs. Honorable Marais, do you need the podium? If not, I recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it is said this is a man's world, but it would be nothing without a woman or a girl. The words of James Brown. While we have made good strides in advancing the rights of women, we nevertheless are falling short in protecting their most crucial rights, particularly their rights to employment opportunities, their rights to equal pay to their male counterparts, and their rights to safety. South Africa is ranked among the world's most violent societies, and the Western Cape has the second highest reported crimes in the country, and the second highest murder rate in the country. No woman should be left to choose between going to work or risk being raped or killed on the way. The Western Cape government's new safety plan must mitigate their vulnerabilities, Premier. The vulnerabilities when they get into a taxi in order to get home after a long day of work. The vulnerability when they walk down dark alleys in the early hours of the morning. Are law enforcement officers deployed to those hotspots? We must also invest in sectors where more women are likely to be employed. Women-headed households have increased, and it is shown by stats that university graduates, females, are much more than males that are being graduated. Yet, women do not enter the labor force at the same rate as men, and they're much likely just to secure employment opportunities. Speaker, in closing, the Western Cape must lead the fight against GBV, and the month of August should have been the safest month of the year in South Africa, but alas, it is not. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marais. I recognize the Honorable Minister Marais, the Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety. And just for the record, I did offer the Minister the podium. She indicated she didn't need one.
Honorable Speaker, too often a role women play in shaping society is downplayed. Women have been on the forefront of many initiatives in our lovely province and are continuing to stand their ground in being trailblazers in their communities, especially where it concerns complex issues. Speaker, one of these complex societal issues women are stepping up to improve is that of community safety. The longer I serve in this portfolio, the more I realize that women are taking charge when it comes to safeguarding their communities. When I join neighborhood watches on patrol, the majority patrollers are female and mothers. They are dedicated to improve safety, not only for themselves, but for the entire community, and they often reach out to neighboring areas as well. What became more apparent is that these neighborhood watch patrollers are not confined to issues of safety, but they are more than often the same individuals who are involved in other community projects aimed at improving the conditions in homes or uplifting society. They are often the first to mobilize when someone is reported missing. They put up their hands to support victims of crime. They have gone so far as to join the GBV Ambassador project rolled out by the Western Cape Department of Social Development. What is more inspiring is that they often engage in all these activities on a voluntary basis without seeking acknowledgement. Speaker, today I want to tell every neighborhood watch patroller, CPF member, Community in Blue patroller, GBF ambassador, and every community worker, we see you, we appreciate you, and we acknowledge the hard work you put in to support and improve the lives of others. The Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety will continue to support community safety structures in the province through training, accreditation, and the funding of safety initiatives. These structures remain the backbone of our collective efforts against crime. Speaker, women are continuing to step up and doing their bit to make this province a safer place for all. And through our various programs, we create opportunities for women to capacitate themselves to make a meaningful contribution to society. Through our Chrysalis Academy program, we shape champions of change. We provide them with skills and give them workplace exposure. Yes, the Chrysalis Academy have female intakes as well, and our girl children are taking up this opportunity to improve themselves to make a meaningful contribution to society. Many of our Chrysalis graduates are placed at police stations and other government institutions, and some of them have found employment within government, now providing services to others. Young women are also taking up the employment opportunities created through our Peace Officer Traffic Warden program. These young women acquired certification as peace officers. The certificate is SAQA accredited, making them more employable. We also seen young women taking up the opportunity to join our cohort of LEAP officers in the province. Honourable Speaker, this places them at the forefront of our fight against gangsterism and violent crime in the province. During my oversight visits to police stations in the province, I had the opportunity to engage with female station commanders with a rich experience in a law enforcement environment with a passion to serve their community. They are really focused on addressing the issues contributing to crime in a more holistic manner. I'm not saying that their male counterparts are not doing the same. However, I have realized that female commanders are more concerned about the well-being of their staff as well. We often forget that police officers also need support to deal with the things they are exposed to. I want to salute all female commanders who are leading in a fight against crime in our province. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work done by the women in the Western Cape Department of Police Oversight and Community Safety, not only for their dedication to the mandate of our department, but for the vital role they play in creating a safer Western Cape for all. Too often, their contributions are made behind the scenes, supporting others, offering invaluable insights, and working tirelessly without seeking recognition. Yet it is precisely this selfless commitment that strengthens our communities and drives real change. They are trailblazers in our collective effort to make the Western Cape a safer place for all. My appeal to everyone in this House is that we keep on enabling women to create a safer and more prosperous Western Cape. I thank you.
Baie dankie aan die agbare minister. I now recognize the Honourable Brinkhuis on the hybrid system.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As we celebrate Women's Month, I would like to acknowledge the vital role women play in building resilient economies for all. The theme, building resilient economies for all, resonates deeply as it highlights the importance of inclusivity and equality in our economic growth. Women are the backbone of our economy, and their contributions are essential to our nation's prosperity. However, we still face challenges in achieving economic equality. Let's work together to create opportunities for women to participate fully in the economy through education, job creation, and entrepreneurship. By supporting women-owned businesses, promoting equal pay, and providing access to resources, we can build a more resilient economy that benefits everyone. Let's empower women to unlock their potential and contribute to our nation's growth. To all women out there, I salute your strength, resilience, and determination. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your presence in our lives. Thank you, and let's continue working towards a brighter future for all. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brinkhuis. I now recognize the Honourable Christians. Do you need the podium? Then I recognize you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Women's Month reminds us of women that are builders of this nation. They level the playing fields and are the backbones of households. Women secure the continued legacy of culture and tradition. They mentor, they guide, they train, they teach, and lead by example. And that's why, Speaker, I'm reminded of the Proverbs 31 woman. And the Proverbs 31 woman, and I want to read a few selected verses. It says, an excellent wife who can find? She is far more precious than jewels. The heart of a husband trusts in her, and he will have no lack of gain. She opened her hand to the poor and reaches out her hand to the needy. Strength and dignity are her clothing. She laughs at the time to come. She opens her mouth with wisdom, and the teaching of kindness is on her tongue. Her children rise up and call her blessed. Her husband also, and he praises her. The woman of Proverbs 31, Mr. Speaker, is portrayed as a hard-working, resourceful woman, and the ACDP salutes all women. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. Achtbare Keizer Philander, do you need the podium? Then I recognize you. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, members, the public, and especially women of our province. Just a few hours ago, I shared at the P20 Women's Parliament the theme that resonates with me this year, and that is breaking barriers and building bridges. As it is not a slogan, but it's a call to reflect and to rise. The barriers we're asked, we know them because we live them. Some are loud, like the boss who said, you're too emotional to lead. Some are silent, like the salary slip that whispers you are not quite equal. Some are ancient, like cultures that teach girls to shrink themselves. But I say today, barriers are not walls, they are thresholds. History is full of women who shattered barriers, glass ceilings, and wrote her history. Maar Speaker, daar is ook die anties wie ons elke dag sien en mee kontak maak. Die enkelma wie 'n beter toekoms bou. Die dogter wie dit waag om in die omgewing wat deur mans gedomineer word uit te styg. Die uitkyk antie en oumas wie opstaan vir hulle gemeenskappe. Breaking barriers is a clean line between superficial gestures and real empowerment. And through you, Speaker, to the Honourable Lekker, we do not need a national dialogue at an initial estimate of 700 million rand. We need those resources directed to real, tangible actions that make women stronger, safer, and fully empowered to shape the future of this country. Because genuine empowerment would be asking, is she safe?
Order.
Is she heard? Is she shaping the system that
Order.
shaped her life? And we must focus on these three pillars: safety, empowerment, and resilience. Safety is the baseline for dignity. How can women rise when they must run? From the street corner, from their home, from workplaces where harassment hides. A society that cannot guarantee a woman's safety is a society complicit in her silence. Secondly, empowerment should not be symbolic, but structural. It should not be about a woman and a title. It is about giving her the tools, the budget, and the decision-making power. It means inclusive legislation that translates into lived realities, mentorship, education, and equitable access to resources, not just for a few, but for all of us. The third pillar is resilience, the long game, because breaking barriers is not a day headline. It is generation after generation rising through systems we dare to rebuild. Let us invest in women's cooperatives, in digital skills, in climate resilience programs where women lead. Honourable Speaker, our national counterparts may argue that progress is being made, and indeed it is, but we must ask, is it transformation or performance? Through the Ministry of Women, Children and People with Disabilities. Want as 'n dogter 'n vroue minister sien, maar steeds in vrees na die skool moet loop, tik ons net die boks, ons verander nie haar wêreld nie. Indien 'n vrou aangestel word vir diversiteit, maar sy word nie by die tafel gehoor nie, het ons haar nie net in 'n posisie geskuif nie, maar het ons het haar magstil gemaak. Speaker, true empowerment does not just count women, it makes women count. Let us build bridges across party lines, across generations, across rural and urban divides, because our liberation is not a solo act, it is a symphony. As the African proverb reminds us, when you educate a man, you educate an individual. But when you educate a woman, you educate a nation. Let us not stop at education. Let us educate, equip, and entrust. Because the future is not just female, the future is fair. And fairness demands more than presence, it demands power. On the behalf of the DA, Honorable Speaker, I stand for genuine empowerment, not just for me, but for all of us. I thank you.
Baie dankie, agbare Keizer Philander. Honorable Heron, do you need the podium? I recognize you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think we should start by recognizing something that should give us all pause. I'm one of 28 men in this provincial parliament, with only 14 of our colleagues women. That makes women just 1/3 of the voices in this chamber. It's a stark reminder that even here in the heart of democracy, gender equality is far from achieved. We know the rallying cry, you strike a woman, you strike a rock. Words born from the unshakable courage of the women who in 1956 marched to the Union buildings to demand justice, to defy past laws, and to say with one voice that they would not be broken. And as we honor their bravery, we cannot blind ourselves to the suffering endured by women across the world. According to the United Nations, more than 28,000 women and girls have been killed in Gaza since October. And over 1 million women and girls are facing starvation. Each of these lives carries dreams, families, and futures all cut short. This is suffering I'm certain the women of 1956, with their fearless resolve, would never have tolerated. Women's Day is not just about looking back with pride, it's also about looking forward with purpose. It's about ensuring that women's voices are not token presences, but equal forces in shaping our society. It's about recognizing that the fight against injustice anywhere is part of the fight of justice everywhere. And it's about recommitting ourselves as men and as leaders to be allies in Parliament, in our communities, and in the world beyond our borders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heron. Agbare Barnes, do you need the podium? The podium is arriving, and then I'll recognize you. Honorable Barnes did respond, Honorable Keizer Philander. Can I just ask that Honorable Barnes, can you please just move a little bit up or switch on your side of your bench, the microphone? You must speak from your bench. The other microphone on the left-hand side.
That way.
Yeah, that's your bench. You must speak from your bench. I recognize the Honorable Barnes.
Thank you for the airtime, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me take the opportunity firstly to welcome our newly appointed secretary, which is a woman, Ms. Beck. Thank you and very welcome from the side of the African National Congress on this side of the House. Honorable Speaker and members and people of the Western Cape, let me start today by saying, as we rise in this House, we do so on the shoulders of giants, the brave visionary women who shaped our nation's history. Women like Sophie de Bruyn, Albertina Sisulu, and Winnie Madikizela Mandela, who carried the struggle on their shoulders when so many of our leaders were behind bars in exile. As we celebrate our Women's Month, we must also remember that the fight for justice for Dulcie September's remains is unfinished. This comrade and diplomat was assassinated in 1988 in France for unwavering commitment to the liberation of our people. She would be turning 90 years on this year at the 20th of August. It is not enough to mention her in speeches or history books. We must actively pursue the truth about her assassination and ensure her legacy lives through our diplomacy, activism, and relentless demand for justice. Honorable Speaker, 1994 was not just the dawn for democracy. It was the moment of South African women where they were recognized equally citizens in the law. Their rights enshrined in one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. Since then, under the ANC-led government, we have dismantled centuries of gender discrimination. Women now make up over 42% of members of parliament, far above global average. In the private sector, more than a quarter of top managerial positions are held by women, placing South Africa second amongst the G20 nations. In this legislature, the ANC is leading from the front. It stands out with taking women's representation seriously, with over 60% of our caucus being women, compared to the DA's merely 25%. These victories are not accidental. They are the result of deliberate policy, sustained activism, and our commitment to building a non-sexist society. Speaker, this year's Women's Month theme, which says, building resilient economies for all, is a reminder that economic empowerment for women is not charity. It is a necessity for national development, especially in rural areas and townships. Women still face barriers such as unequal pay, gender-based violence, and lack of access to land and finance. Speaker, 2 days ago, I was part of a program authority where motions without notice were tabled. I couldn't help myself observing a large number of motions without notice by the ANC on senseless killings and crimes affecting women. Those motions were not approved by the DA. But today we are standing here. They are crying foul on crime and what national government must be doing. They could not approve a mere simple motion that is saying that women are in danger.
Honorable
today
Barnes,
is an
Honorable Barnes,
ideal-
please take your seat. Honorable Chief Whip, is that a point of order?
Yes, Honourable Speaker. The
What
Honourable
is
Mem-
your
the
order?
Honourable
What
Speaker
is your
is
point of order?
misleading the House.
That is not a point of order. You may continue, Honorable Barnes. I just want to again caution members. This is a non-political debate. Honorable Barnes, we're going to get to motions without notice later on the order paper. So you'll have an opportunity there.
Most tips here, Speaker. Isa lahat wait kan nanti open varkom.
Order.
Today, it is an ideal opportunity to display the pattern of how many women are endangered in this province, as well as we reading out our motions without notice that are rejected by the DA. When you start the debate, you must finish it. When leadership becomes sick to lead, the masses on real struggle, an antidote must emerge from women that take this front seat and unify to the fight against women abuse and bring justice. History has no blank pages on the contributions women made on liberation of this country. It took Johan Rupert to remind the leader of the DA's TNAs on an international stage where the world was watching that there is a crisis of crime in the Western Cape. To date, even the premier himself is still in denial. Ayaphela mama ngelo xesha asiphuphi yena. Hey, nothing is done, absolutely nothing. In the past, at least there was an attempt of a stillborn named a safety plan and boots on the ground approach. Although we could not see these boots on the ground, we only read about it. At least we read about it. An antidote is needed, Speaker. We cannot always speak crime and nothing is done. Women are dying. Speaker, we are not sure what the reasons are for Women's Parliament not to be activated in this province. If the membership of CWP is not working for this Parliament, we call upon the Speaker to make sure a non-political platform is created in this House to address issues of women. A platform that would not discriminate whether you are a member, whether you are a manager, whether you are a cleaner. The status should be the platform to bring women together, not through a summit that is a one-day issue, but a consistent engagement to take forward the struggles and emancipate women outside the political space. Speaker, I would request the House to honor also Ms. Lizette Luter, who served most of the time as standing committee, whom is well known by the past and present members of this House. I took note the other day that she will be leaving WCPP. Ms. Luter, as a woman,
served the committee coordinator for 2 years and thereafter became a senior procedural officer for almost 14 years. She displayed a high level of professionalism. Today, as we are commemorating women, we must start commemorating amongst ourselves and our own also. Speaker, Ms. Kluter is departing to begin a new journey as a master's student in linguistics, and we wish her well as a caucus. Honorable Speaker, our solidarity must extend beyond borders. President Mandela reminded us that our freedom is incomplete without freedom of Palestinian people. We cannot celebrate Women's Day while women and children in Gaza are bombed every day in an Israeli apartheid state. History will judge those who stand with the oppressors. In this legislature, it is the DA, ACDP and Patriotic Alliance that support genocide in Palestine. Achtbare Speaker, ons moet ook stilstaan by die rol van vroue in die Weskaap. Ons vier vandag 'n merkwaardige bydraes van vroue soos Sarah Helena Roberts, Tracy Lange en Mary Ann van der Merwe. Vroue wat net nie praat oor verandering nie, maar daadwerklik optree om lewens te verander. Die aanstelling van mevrou Roberts as die nuwe kinderskommissaris van die Weskaap is 'n belangrike mylpaal. Hierdie kantoor waarvoor die ANC en die 6de administrasie geveg het, is 'n grondwetlike verpligting wat nou werklikheid word. Ons hoop, Speaker, dat haar termyn sy sal ondersteuning kry en dat sy nie net 'n simboliese figuur sal wees nie. Die aktiewe sigbare
Honorable Barnes, your time has expired. I'm going to allow you to conclude.
As I conclude, Speaker, as women, we must unite, we must stand together outside political lines. Crime is a serious matter in the Western Cape. We should look at it and we must approach it with boots on the ground for real this time. Thank you, Speaker.
Baie dankie. Baie dankie, achtbare Barnes. Honorable Petrus, is there a point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We, as a Patriotic Alliance,
You just put on your microphone for the record.
yeah, we as a Patriotic Alliance never supported genocide.
Right, Honorable
Very
Petrus.
dangerous statement.
Honorable Petrus, that is not a point of order. That's it's not, the rules doesn't make provision for you to correct a fact, and
I
it's not my duty to adjudicate. So that is not a point of order. Honorable Minister Baartman, do you need the podium? In that case, I recognize the Honorable Minister of Finance, Minister Baartman.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, Women of the Western Cape, and welcome to our new Secretary. We hope that you will feel as proud to be part of our team here in the Provincial Parliament as we are. The story of women's progress in the Western Cape is more than just a list of statistics. It is a story of courage, of resilience and ambition. And in the 2024 Provincial Economic Review and Outlook publication, it shows that we have a declining fertility rate, reflecting that more women also are pursuing education, building careers and achieving financial independence before starting families. More girls are staying in schools, more young women are entering universities and training institutions, and more are stepping into sectors where women were once absent. But we are not defined only by our job title, our family role, or a number on a page. We are not just what happened to us. Our worth is made of the courage we carry, the dreams we dare to dream, and the impact we make in every corner of society. Speaker, we are more than the sum of our parts. Speaker, we cannot celebrate progress without acknowledging that too many women remain locked out of opportunity, and that is why we must invest in high-impact programs designed to open doors and break barriers. Through the Provincial Treasury's Procurement Client Centre, we're ensuring that government procurement becomes a tool of empowerment, not exclusion. The 2023-24 statistics show that 23.41% of provincial procurement spend went to women-owned businesses. This is our baseline, and we are determined to grow it through supplier training, onboarding, and open days that equip women to win and deliver on government contracts. We must continue improving upon this. Through the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, we fund women-led events and enterprises, providing up to 80,000 Rand per project during the Women's Month in August and Entrepreneurship Month in November. I'm not sure if people saw that the deadline closed quite recently on those programs. It is about equipping women with networks, mentorship, and market access so that their businesses thrive year-round. The The Western Cape government's DDAT department, in partnership with Wesgro, also operate the Export Competitiveness Enhancement Program, a fund designed to assist export-ready or soon-to-be export-ready businesses with technical support, such as product refinement, international packaging and certification, labeling, export logistics, and e-commerce listing to help them access global markets. It's a pathway for our women to take their ideas global. The Western Cape Government's Tourism Growth Fund is also a strategic initiative by DDAT to stimulate sustainable tourism growth through collaborative investments in infrastructure and product development. By co-funding high-impact projects, the fund aims to enhance the province's tourism offerings, attract more visitors, and create meaningful employment opportunities. Through our Year Beyond project, young women gain work experience, leadership training, and pathways into careers. They are benefiting from literacy and numeracy tutoring to community development roles. These opportunities ensure that talent is not wasted for lack of a first job. The Western Cape government further officially launched the Planet Youth program in Mitchells Plain on July 24th this year as part of its provincial area-based safety strategy, including over 50,000 grade 8 and 9 learners across 123 high-crime area schools participating within the survey. This aims to inform community-specific interventions aimed at reducing youth substance abuse and enhancing well-being through collective data-driven action. But since I'm on some of these safety and community interventions, Speaker, we also need to be honest with ourselves regarding the budgetary allocations. The one allocation the member mentioned was of one sub-program. That was the Victim Empowerment Program that for 25-26 was 78.775 million rand. I note that you probably rounded up in that instance. We also allocated for the 25-26 year 101.352 million rand for the Violence Prevention Unit, 110.321 million rand for substance abuse services, for restorative services, for substance abuse prevention and rehabilitation. For the MTF for child protection services, we allocated 822.8186 million. For the RISIA prevention and early interventions program for the MTF, we allocated 79.458 million rand. For the family strengthening program over the MTF, we allocated 353 million rand. This does not take into account the allocations for LEAP, the neighborhood watches, our community safety programs, the chrysalis programs, and other safety interventions, which also forms part of the 4 billion rand over the MTF that we've allocated for safety programs in our province. I've also just quickly had a look at some of the motions without notice that the members have mentioned, and in the first few, without taking future anticipation into account, there's either political or national mandate matters in some of these motions. So we will see whether or not the members are being honest about what they are putting on the parliamentary program. Further, Speaker, in terms of the one member has mentioned that, you know, women, we are builders of the
Order, members.
member. So in the infrastructure sector, the Masa Siwe bursary program is bringing more women into engineering, construction, and the built environment. These are fields where women have been underrepresented for far too long. Through our Department of Agriculture, we have prioritized the inclusion of women in commercial farming projects and agri-processing. The Commodity Approach Program, for example, is giving women access to land, equipment, and training, ensuring that our food systems are more inclusive and resilient. And Speaker, I'm proud of the fact that when the latest quarterly labor force survey came out, that of the 154,000 jobs created in South Africa, 69,000 was from the Western Cape. So it shows how the Western Cape is really prioritizing growth and jobs. And in 2024, the Western Cape led the country in female labor market participation and professional representation, with the lowest female unemployment rate in South Africa and the highest proportion of women in professional roles. This is not accidental. It is the result of deliberate policy, targeted investment, and a refusal to pay lip service to women's empowerment, because the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. A woman's worth cannot be measured only by her job title, her family role, or the list of achievements. We are more than marches and talk shops and pronouns. We don't just want a seat at the table, Speaker. We want to build the table and own the table. We want your automatic response, not to be requesting additional expertise after the expertise we have already provided. Don't repeat what we already said in the meeting. Don't start your response with yes, but, and
credit the ideas of the woman to the person who originally raised it. And next year, perhaps, Speaker, the Women's Day debate will be filled majority just with men to tell us how they will support us when it comes to women interventions for us in our country. We must continue to back women, not just in August or by putting the word woman in front of a project name, but in every month of the year and through everything that we do, so that every woman in the Western Cape has the tools, the opportunities, and the support to shape her own future. And this is because we want every woman in the Western Cape to live a life she values. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Baartman. Honourable members, that concludes the Speaker's debate in terms of Rule 147. We will now proceed to interpellations as printed on the question paper, and I recognise the Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Wenger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Western Cape Government remains committed to the progressive realisation of universal healthcare as provided for in Section 27 of the Constitution, and we continue to implement initiatives that will strengthen our health system to ensure access to quality services where and when people need it. Earlier this year, we launched an innovative think tank process to further bring together the public and private healthcare systems in the province to advance universal healthcare through a strong, transparent partnership between the public and private sectors, rooted in accountable governance and meaningful community participation. This is the Western Cape model. By leveraging long-standing collaborations, shared learning, and robust evidence, we aim to strengthen primary healthcare and implement practical solutions that advance the Western Cape model. We are committed to a health system that is fair, affordable, and responsible to the needs of all people. We have undertaken chronic disease management pilot projects, such as those in Naizen and Bito, to test coordinated service delivery models and new innovations in primary healthcare access. These include initiatives where patients on chronic medication can collect their government-issued medicines from private or retail pharmacies, expanding our footprint while making access more convenient for patients. These pilots have provided valuable insights into the operational, financial, and governance arrangements required for integrating and coordinating systems, including how to coordinate services across public and private sectors and to strengthen district health systems. With regards to readiness assessments for the implementation of the NHI, it's very difficult to do, primarily because there are so many uncertainties around the fund, especially with regard to provincial funding and the future of provincial facilities and staff. However, what we can say is that while the NHI is vague and untested, the Western Cape model is delivering healthcare every day and is characterized by a functional and integrated district health system with robust information systems in priority areas, a well-established quality improvement program, and an emphasis on patient-centered care, with the Office of Health Standards Compliance Certification work embedded in our service model, and strong partnerships with the private sector, civil society, and academic institutions. There are a number of challenges that have been identified with regard to the NHI fund. First, there's been no confirmation from the National Department of Health or the National Treasury regarding costs or funding. In fact, the NHI proposes removing a large portion of the Western Cape's equitable share, which is meant for the delivery of the healthcare to residents in our province. Second, NHI proposes that tertiary hospitals like Groote Schuur, Tygerberg, and Red Cross War Memorials Children's Hospital be placed under the control of national government, fragmenting an integrated healthcare system that makes the Western Cape model work. Three, there's also been no consultation about what will happen with our provincial employees once provincial funding and function has been taken away. What we do need to do is to protect the Western Cape model in a way that builds a harmonized and equitable health system through a strong, transparent partnership and accountable governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wenger. I recognize the Honourable Member Boyson.
Madam Chair, based on the facts of the Minister, we as the Democratic Alliance remains firmly opposed to the National Health Insurance Bill in its current form. We do not oppose the principle of universal health coverage. Indeed, we believe that every South African should have access to quality health care, regardless of income, geography, or demographics. But the National Health Insurance, as drafted, is fundamentally flawed in design, unaffordable in implementation, and dangerous in consequence. Firstly, the fundamental model is unrealistic. Treasury has already indicated that the NHI will require hundreds of billions of rands in additional tax revenue annually, money that our already overburdened taxpayers simply do not have. This will place our economy under further strain, reduce competitiveness, and drive professionals, including healthcare workers, out of the country. Secondly, the NHI centralizes all procurement and decision-making power in the hands of a single politically appointed entity. This removes critical checks and balances and invites the same corruption, maladministration, and political capture that has crippled our state-run entities. South Africans need only look at Eskom, PRASA, to know what happens when a monopoly is paired with political interference. Thirdly, the NHI risks collapsing the private healthcare sector by forcing the migration of patients into an already overburdened public system. Instead of raising the quality of care for all, this will result in a universal lowering of standards, longer waiting times, and poorer health outcomes. The Democratic Alliance position is clear. The NHI is not the path to universal health coverage. It is a blueprint for centralized failure. In closing, Madam Chair, I would like the Minister to elaborate in the provincial government's alternatives in this regard.
Thank you, Honourable Member Boyson. I recognize the Honourable Member Van Vogel.
Chairperson, Memory Boyson speak about private sector, collapsing the private sector, while this government is borrowing state equipment to private sector for free as a scanner. So don't start with that thing about private sector is going to collapse. Honourable Chairperson, you are not
Order,
aware
members.
that you are borrowing equipment to private sector for free while we are struggling using state equipment. Chairperson, the DA constant rejection of the national health insurance is a betrayal of the millions of South Africans who cannot access a quality healthcare simply because they are poor. The NHI is not a luxury. It is a constitutional imperative to progressively realize the right to healthcare for all, regardless of income or social status. The Western Cape faces pressing healthcare challenges, including overburdened public facilities, shortages of medical professionals in rural areas, and glaring inequalities between the private and public sector. The NHI provides a framework to pool resources, eliminate duplications, and ensure that every citizen from Khayelitsha to Beaufortwest has equal access to quality care. Yet, the DA has made it clear, even in their official provincial cabinet comments, that they reject the NHI governance regulations. This raises a fundamental question, given the DA attitude towards the NHI. How can the people of this province trust that DA deployees in government will fully, faithfully, and urgently implement the NHI in the Western Cape once it becomes law? We cannot afford a two-tier system where the wealthy live
Member Van
and the
Vogel,
poor
please
suffer.
conclude. Your time is
The
up.
NHI is a step towards dismantling apartheid area health disparities that still haunt
Thank you,
our
Honourable
province.
Member
We
Van
must be
Vogel.
honest that the DA's position protects privilege.
Thank you,
and
Member.
entrench
Your time is up.
inequality. I so
Thank you, Member Van Vogel. I recognize the Honourable Boyson.
Madam Chair, while we reject the NHI destructive model, as the DA, we fully embrace the constitutional imperative to progressively realize universal access to quality health care. In the Western Cape government, we've been actively developing a practical, evidence-based alternative informed by the Universal Health Coverage think tank. This model focuses on strengthening the existing health system, both public and private, through a decentralized partnership-driven approach, which promotes, firstly, district-level health compacts, integrating services at local level between public clinics, private GPs, NGOs, and community health workers to ensure that people receive care as close as home as possible. Secondly, targeted universalism, prioritizing vulnerable populations first with dedicated resources for rural areas, informal settlements, and high-burden disease clusters. Thirdly, public-private collaboration, leveraging unused private sector capacity through contracted services, thereby expanding access without dismantling existing high-quality facilities. Fourthly, digital health integration, rolling out interoperable patient information systems that allow for continuity of care across facilities and sectors. Madam Chair, fifthly, performance-based funding, allocating budgets based on measurable health outcomes and accountability, not politically determined quotas. Mr. Speaker, this approach is costed, scalable, and achievable within South Africa's current fiscal framework. It builds capacity rather than collapsing it, respects provincial autonomy, and retains diversity in healthcare provisions. Honourable Speaker, the Western Cape's plan is proof that universal health coverage can be realized without bankrupting the state or destroying excellence. We call on the House to reject the NHI and instead work towards a model that unites and strengthens of both public and private sectors, delivering better health outcomes for all South Africans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, members. Order. Honourable members. Order, members. On my order. Honourable Minister, I recognise you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the honourable members for the contributions. The Western Cape government has been absolutely clear. We support the Western Cape model and we must protect it so we can expand quality healthcare to all where and when they need it. But we do not support the national government's NHI model. We know it will not deliver equitable access to quality healthcare for the people of South Africa or the Western Cape. We have engaged at every stage, from the very first Green Paper to the passage of the Act, and our position has never wavered because the NHI is a flawed model. Let me spell it out again. First, it strips provinces of their powers. Provincial health departments will lose control over funding and management with no explanation on what our role will be or how this chaotic transition is supposed to happen. Second, it centralizes everything into one massive fund in Pretoria, creating a governance nightmare and opening the door to corruption on a grand scale. Third, it won't be ready.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable members on my left-hand side, the Minister is responding to contributions that was made during the SNAP debate, or also known as interpellations in terms of the rules. You have had an opportunity to participate if you so wished. You are drowning out the Minister, so please allow the Minister to respond to the contributions that were made. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Third, Mr. Speaker, it won't be ready for years, possibly decades, while we need regulatory reforms to improve health systems today. Fourth, it's completely unaffordable. The scheme will wreck our economy long before it delivers a single benefit. Fifth, it removes people's choice. South Africans could be forced into a one-size-fits-all system with no pressure to keep quality high. And finally, it's riddled with uncertainty. The Act is vague on how it will be funded, what kind of benefits it will offer, and what role provinces will even play. Speaker, universal healthcare is a noble goal, as my colleague mentioned, but NHI is not the way to achieve it. It will centralize power, it will crush provincial health systems, and ultimately fail the very people it claims to serve. We know this because similar systems that the NHI draws on, like the NHIS in Ghana, after more than 15 years, still faces serious challenges. Poor coverage, declining quality, corruption, ineffective governance, vague policy, and political interference. This is not the future of healthcare that the Western Cape government is prepared to accept. We will fight for quality healthcare for every South African. Speaker, the Western Cape will not stand by while a bad idea is forced on our people. We will oppose this model at every turn, and we will continue to fight to protect the Western Cape model, one that is affordable, accountable, and delivers real quality care to every South African. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, that concludes interpellation 1 as printed on the question paper. We will now move on to interpellation 2, and I recognize the Honourable Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety, Honourable Minister Marais.
Aaron, for the interpellation. Driven by SAPS, a revised gang approach with the Law Enforcement Advancement Program, or LEAP, focusing on the top 11 gang-related murders and attempted murder stations were identified for focus. These stations are Mitchells Plain, Bishop Lywes, Manenberg, Grassy Park, Ravensmead, Elsies River, Steenberg, Delft, Philippi, Kleinvlei, and Atlantis. LEAP support for the stations was approved by the Western Cape Safety Cabinet, with some of the deployments from the original 6 LEAP priority stations, Delft, Guguletu, Kailicha, Mitchells Plain, Nyanga, and Philippi East, to the identified gang priority stations. The implementation of the revised gang approach was undertaken under the banner of SAPS Operational Chanela. Through LEAP, 911 learner law enforcement officers are posted as boots on the ground in priority areas commanded by 65 permanent Metro Police inspectors. LEAP in each area increases SAP's crime prevention capacity. Deployments can be summarized as follows. 6 LEAP priority areas, as I mentioned, Delft, Guguletu, Kailicha, Mitchells Plain, Nyanga, and Philippi East. 447 learner law enforcement officers and 33 inspectors. Deployments to 11 gang areas, and I mention them again, Mitchells Plain, Bishop Lywes, Manenberg, Grassy Park, Ravensmead, Elsies River, Steenberg, Delft, Philippi, Kleinvlei, and Atlantis, 341 learner law enforcement officers and 19 inspectors. Roving Reaction Unit, 123 of the learner law enforcement officers and 13 inspectors. An assessment of reported murders of homicides with the current deployments introduced since 1st of July 2025 is being conducted, and the impact of the 3 months implementation will be reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the outline of the interventions and how these incidents are terrible. But there is an undeniable escalation in both the frequency and lethality of mass shootings this year compared to 2024. And I'm going to paint you a story. 2 men walk into a barbershop. There are a few clients in chairs getting their hair cut. Most are children. It's seemingly a normal day until the men open fire in the barbershop, killing 4 people, including 3 children. All the children are under the age of 13. The youngest is age 5. All there, assumedly, to get their hair cut. Now, this is not some fictional story. This happened. Last year in June, when 2 armed men walked into the Mzwa barbershop in Kailicha. A mass shooting is defined as an incident in which 3 or more people are shot in a single episode of violence, excluding the shooter. And these are not ordinary homicides. They are sudden eruptions of high intensity, indiscriminate gunfire, often in public spaces, sometimes in homes, designed to send a message of fear, control, and dominance. Unlike targeted assassinations, mass shootings create widespread terror because anyone, anywhere could be next. The Western Cape has already seen more gang-related mass shootings between May and July this year than in the same period last year. The death toll from mass shootings has increased, rising from about 15 deaths linked to mass shootings during this period in 2024 to 24 people killed in 8 mass shootings in July 2025 alone. These are not isolated tragedies. They represent a pattern of calculated lethal attacks that have terrorized entire communities. And these communities have names. And they are not Bishop's Court or Sea Point. They are Bishop Lavis and Khayelitsha. The same names identified in the multi-billion rand safety plan. The safety plan with the goal of reducing murder by 50% in 10 years and reducing violence overall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I recognise Honourable van Minnen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I begin, I would just like to draw your attention, please, to the vacancy rate in the 3 stations mentioned in the original debate. Gugulethu currently has a SAPS vacancy rate of almost 12%. Philippi has a SAPS vacancy rate of almost 11%. Bishop Lavis, which has been mentioned several times, has an appalling SAPS vacancy rate of almost 24%. However, despite the SAPS vacancy rate, the collaboration between the South African Police Service and the force multipliers of law enforcement LEAP officers and the City of Cape Town Metro Police has led to some remarkable successes. Notably, these operations resulted in the confiscation of over 50 unlicensed firearms and ammunition in July of this year, a significant milestone in fighting against crime. And we must express gratitude for the dedication and bravery shown by SAPS Metro Police LEAP officers and, in particular, community-based structures in these successful endeavours. We also need to acknowledge the crucial role played by residents who provide tip-offs that led to the recovery of illegal weapons, highlighting their vital contribution in saving lives. The importance of continued joint operations and the sharing of intelligence reaffirms that such collaborations are central to any effective crime-fighting strategy. The community has to be on board. But however, the question does remain, can sustained cooperation and community involvement truly dismantle the systematic issues fueling gang violence? Or will we see new challenges emerge as progress is made? I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognise the Honourable Christians.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your reply. Speaker, on a regular basis, I get WhatsApps, and the latest one I received this week is Steenberg Retreat, Capricorn and surroundings areas are a red zone. Our kids are in danger. The JFK gangs are fighting each other. Please keep our children indoors, as these gangsters do not have a heart. And then they mentioned the gang leaders, Stanton and Tankies, leaders of the Steenberg and Capta JFK gang, started the war with Essies, Funkies. Yet again, our community is being held hostage by drug lords, and our kids are being recruited to do their dirty work. Now, there's an accusation that this resident said. She said, Steenberg SAPS is on the payroll of these gangs, and how many innocent lives are going to be taken before Steenberg SAPS will intervene? And then just later, I got another message to say 2 learners of Steenberg High were declared code blue after a shooting at their school. So, Speaker, the problem is, I know I saw the minister at different police stations, but it seems to be some of these drug lords are known, and I don't know why they're not arrested. And some of these accusations to say that police is still on the books of gangs is a serious allegation. I want the minister just to explore that and maybe see, you know, if there's ties to gangs paying still police, and that's why we cannot get the crime rate down. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christians. Honourable members, I recognise Honourable Kasim on the virtual platform.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the recent killings which took place in the past 2 to 3 months are very much concerning, taking into account that millions of rands are spent on the safety plan, which is yet to produce results. The sad part about these gang-related turf wars is that they do not only claim the lives, but also those of innocent people who include women, children, as well as the elderly. Speaker, with the recent experiences proving that it is not safe anyone in the homes, even in the comfort of even in gangs through no boundaries. The continuation of this violence is also met with a systematic failure by those responsible for law enforcement in the country. This is so, as we have seen in recent weeks, that those running the policing services are also complicit and have scandals of their own. Speaker, the Western leadership as well as proper personnel within law enforcement ranks. The flooding of illegal guns and ammunition in the country, and more particularly on the Cape Flats, is currently met with inaction on the part of both national and provincial governments, which remain complicit. The EFF calls for the total overhaul of our law enforcement leadership, which must be replaced by competent individuals who have no ties to any criminal syndicates. We also call upon for a detailed lifestyle audit of all personnel within SAPS, as well as their immediate and close relatives. Having said that, Speaker, I would like to reiterate the question regarding the role of this department, or rather the role this department is playing in eradicating crime in these communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kasim. Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm not a critic of the Western Cape Safety Plan for criticism's sake. I do so because people are dying. And if the safety plan was working, even remotely working, we would see significantly less murders, less mass shootings, and surely less headlines that read like, "End the bloodshed, Cape Town gun crisis leaves 24 dead in 8 mass shootings in July." Or, "I couldn't move or scream, survivor recalls Guguletu mass shooting that left 7 dead." And we all here understand and appreciate the complex nature of crime, and especially gang violence. But what we do not understand is why billions of rands of taxpayers' money is still being spent on a plan that is clearly not working. In the very first year of the Western Cape Safety Plan, there were 3,975 murders. Last financial year, there were 4,467 murders. That's not progress, it's an increase of 12.3%. Now, the government may say population growth. Well, even when you account for that, the per capita murder rate has risen from 58.2 per 100,000 people in the first year to 60.1 today. That's an increase. And yet we're told to celebrate a drop of just 77 murders from last year, which is a measly 1.7% decrease. That's not a turning point. It's a statistical noise. It's stats insignificant. It's the kind of fluctuation you might see in any given year with or without this multi-billion rand safety plan. But stats aside, I'm imploring this government to do better, to be better for the people who are dying en masse, for the people who are on the back of their jackets that say, "For you." The newly appointed commander of the Western Cape Anti-Gang Unit, Brigadier Vinant, was quoted in the Weekend Argus last weekend as himself saying that suppression is not the answer. The approach to gang violence is not just about boots on the ground. It's more systemic than that. These are not numbers on a page. These are mothers, fathers, children's friends, lives cut short before their time. Each death leaves behind families shattered by grief and communities scarred by fear. We owe it to them, to their memories, and to those who are still at risk to demand accountability and real change. It's time to rethink strategies, to invest in real and actual prevention, education, and community upliftment alongside enforcement. The current status quo is a failure. The bloodshed continues, and with it, the urgent call for all of us to act with courage, compassion, and conviction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. I recognise the Minister, Minister Murray.
Thank you, Speaker. The true effectiveness of these interventions can only be accurately assessed over time and based on comprehensive and verified crime data. That said, I'm able to share a strong early indicator of progress, as Honourable Van Minen said, mentioned. In July 2025, alone, the South African Police Service, working in collaboration with other law enforcement agencies, confiscated more than 56 illegal firearms and quantities of ammunition. This is a significant achievement. As we know, the proliferation of illegal firearms is closely tied to the high rates of violent crime and murder in our province. Each firearm removed from circulation potentially represents a life saved. By that measure, the more than 56 illegal firearms confiscated could well equate to more than 56 lives protected. And this confiscation of firearms actively contributes to dismantling extortion syndicates. I believe that the latest strategy to combat violent crime and murder is making a substantial impact, and I must underscore that our LEAP officers have played a central and commendable role in driving these efforts forward. An essential part of our department's mandate is to facilitate constructive dialogue and build a trust relationship between communities and the police, because without that trust, nothing works. I also wish to state that part of that trust must be that police officers must not find themselves on the wrong side of the law when it comes to incidents, for example, corruption, unlawfulness, or neglect. And we as a department will therefore use our oversight mandate to ensure that SAPS officials who commit such acts are dealt with decisively. Honourable Speaker, I wish to conclude by assuring this House that all departments in the Western Cape will continue to work hand in glove to make inroads against the scores of violence plaguing our communities. I thank you.
Baie dankie, agbare minister. That concludes interpellation 2 as printed on the question paper. We move on to interpellation 3, and I recognize the Minister of Cultural Affairs and Sports, Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for this question. Football development in the Western Cape is a commitment that goes beyond mere funding, but speaks to our collective vision of harnessing sport as a catalyst for social cohesion, youth empowerment, and community upliftment. Funding and support over the last 3 financial years, in that we've allocated more than 16 million rand to football structures across the Western Cape. But this investment is not just about numbers. It's about creating opportunities, breaking barriers, and ensuring that every young footballer, regardless of their background, has a fair chance to succeed. And in this regard, I'd like to break down some of the numbers for my colleagues. Of course, we can submit to them in writing as well. The football support, club support, 5.9 million rand. 98 clubs has been supported with critical resources, including equipment, transport, and registration fees. The key allocation of that was 3 million rand for transport, ensuring that players from marginalized communities can travel to competitions with dignity. 1.37 million rand for equipment and attire, because no child should be excluded from the game due to a lack of proper gear. Also given direct transfer support in regions like Football Cape Town, Cape Winelands, and emerging clubs, areas such as Central Karoo. For Cape Town, 170,000 rand, Cape Winelands, 150,000 rand, and the Central Karoo, 100,000 rand. This funding ensures that football development is not concentrated in urban hubs alone, but reaches every corner of our province, fostering inclusivity and equal opportunity. Also supported infrastructure development and allocated 8.019 million rand to SAFA and Cape Winelands, 7.4 million for the state-of-the-art multi-purpose field with an irrigation system, ensuring year-round playability, 619,000 rand for upgrading cloakrooms because athletes deserve facilities with as much as their dedication. These projects are more than just bricks and mortar. They're about job creation during construction and long-term community use, ensuring that facilities serve as safe spaces and hubs for social and sporting development. We also allocated in a high-performance program 5.7 million rand. 1.7 million rand went to CAF training camp and also the Durban Winter Games specifically for football. 1.59 million rand for the under-15 championships and district activations, where 1,152 young athletes showcased their talent. And before that, 2.43 million rand for provincial playoffs, national games, and the CAFD licensed coaching programs, laying the foundation for excellence for coaches. We also support major events because we believe that these kids need to play at major events. So for football, we supported iconic events like the Bay Hill Club Heritage Celebrations, the Reigersdal Heritage Celebrations, and the Bafana Bafana versus South Sudan games, where we allocated 729,000 rand for those games. These events are about celebrating our football culture and heritage, uniting communities, and inspiring our next generation. But funding alone cannot transport football. It requires strategic, holistic interventions, and we've also supported development programs in partnership with federations and clubs that are designed to create a pipeline for talent from grassroots to high performance. In conclusion, these investments reflect our unshakable belief in football's power to transform life. But it does require partnerships with municipalities, schools, federations, and private sectors. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Ngensu. You need the podium. Can I just ask that the podium please be provided to the member? Order, members. Honourable Ngensu, that is unparliamentary what you're busy doing with the minister. You are on your feet. Can you please take your seat until I recognize you? I've now recognized you, Honourable Ngensu. You may continue.
Honourable Speaker, Chief Whip of the ANC, I rise to interpellate the MEC for Cultural Affairs and Sport, Mr. Mackenzie, on the growing crisis in football development in the Western Cape. It is no coincidence that football, a predominantly black, working class sport, receives minimal developmental support in this province, despite what you just said. The relegation of Cape Town City and Cape Town Spurs and relocation of Chippa United, the Eastern Cape, reflect nothing but a broader trend of neglect and underinvestment, particularly under this DA-led provincial government. Today, Stellenbosch FC remains the province's only top-flight team. It is not just a sporting issue. It is a loss of youth development, opportunities, social cohesion, and economic upliftment of working-class communities. The recent BT Football Academy incident, where young players from Cape Town were stranded in Spain without food, transport, or return flights, shocked many. While we commend the Deputy Minister for his intervention, we must ask the pertinent question: what material support did the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sports in the province provide to bring those players home beyond WhatsApp messages, telephones, and of course, pictures on social media? Following this embarrassment, and given the fact that you also acknowledged in the SABC interview that it was not happening for the first time, what new oversight mechanism are in place to prevent this from happening again? Don't you see it necessary that an independent inquiry is established to probe the surrounding this? Additionally, the current state of our grassroots football in rural areas across denies the breakdown and details just you gave. We don't see that development. And one other evidence, which I want to, when are you going to build a stadium in one of the working class township here in the Western Cape? What oversight mechanism exists to regulate football academies operating in the province? We call for a balance on the development and support in sport, where the same resources deployed in the suburbans are also deployed in working class areas of Kraaifontein. How many stadiums? If they exist, where are they located? As far as we know, there is none. What we know is that our people The youth of this country is found in crime on the basis that there is no grassroots support from your department. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Nkensu. I recognize the Honourable Member Johnson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In 2024-25, the department allocated support to 124 district sport federations across various codes in the Western Cape. This initiative highlights this government's commitment to fostering sports development and community engagement. Given this broad support, I would like to know from the Honourable Minister, how does the department plan to measure the impact of these federations on local communities in terms of youth participation and long-term sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Johnson. I recognize the Honourable Lita Kong.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Whilst I would have preferred the Minister to provide a broader answer to the question of sports funding and development support to sports in general within the province, I'm confined within the ambit and the scope of the question asked. The question is still an interesting one, though, so far as football development and its funding is concerned in the province. I would further like to add that this question also comes at the backdrop of losing two senior clubs in Cape Town Spurs and Cape Town City, which were playing in the Premier Soccer League in the past 2 seasons. It then begs the question, are we doing enough as a province to develop soccer in order to make sure that soccer clubs are developed in the province, are also able to rise higher heights and compete with the best in the country? Furthermore, another question which is related to football funding as a sporting code is the issue of sports facilities, because it would not make sense to fund football clubs, but then the same clubs still do not have proper facilities where they can play. So the question is, what is the department also doing to make sure that the province has proper sporting facilities for football, more particularly in the township? I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member Lita Kong. I recognize the Honourable Member Nkensu.
Honorable MSC, you opportunistically created public impression that you and your department came to the rescue of the stranded children in Spain. This we rebut. You absolutely did nothing. Don't you think that the Standing Committee for Public Account should probe whether your trip did not constitute wasteful expenditure? Honorable MSC, there is a dialectic relationship between lack of sports development and the rise in violent crime in our communities. Youth in Nyanga, Crossroads, Langa, are forced to practice football on open spaces along the N2 highway. Certainly you have seen them. This, in our view, is clear evidence of this crisis. This government refuses to acknowledge it. The collapse of once vibrant community football structures, those that produce legends like Benny McCart, Stephen Pinar, Nassif Morris, Thabo Mngomeni, Thulani Serero, to mention but a few, is being met with silence. Sustainable funding is absent, and opportunities for young talent are disappearing, leaving many vulnerable to gang recruitment and drugs. And that is why a child was shot at in Bishop Levis. Because if there were sport facilities, they were indeed going to be found in a sport facility. It is evident that this government lacks scientific understanding of a sport as a tool for crime prevention. We doubt there is any joint strategy between cultural affairs and sport, community safety, and education. Therefore, I ask the question, is it not time for the MEC to launch a formal inquiry into the state of the grassroots football in the Western Cape? Where is the off-school support program? As you articulated it last year, in the final analysis, we argue that in a province gripped by crime and violence, sport must be treated as an essential social infrastructure. Let's build the structures that keep our youth off the streets so that they're not vulnerable and get recruited by gangsters. And these gangsters and violent crime do not happen where the elite in this parliament live, but happens where the workers and the poor live. No to apportioning of blame, answer the question in the best interest of the toiling masses of our people. Don't you think it's time for the inquiry to be launched to look at the state of the grassroots football in the Western Cape? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize the Minister, Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speakers, I must give credit to Honourable Jacobs, because the question that he asked in point 11 of the order paper is an incredible question, and certainly will respond to Honourable Jacobs properly. One would have thought older members of Parliament would have asked the question better. Because now the Honourable Gwens is asking me 7 questions in an interpellation. They obviously can't respond to in 4 minutes, but I'll try. I'll do my best, so just time me. Honourable Genshu, I agree with you. I think let's start first. How many World Cups did we win? Soccer World Cups? 0. How many Rugby World Cups did we win? Still Rugby World Cups. And why is that? Start with the basics. We hosted the 2010 World Cup. South Africa hosted the 2010 World Cup by SAFA. Where's the R1 billion legacy fund? Gone. 0. Nothing. So let's start with the fundamental principles of where we are. Football has been destroyed in South Africa. So 2 clubs being relegated in the Western Cape is not a Western Cape problem. It's a country problem. So I really would urge the honourable member, like we've asked many times over many years, I've been here for 11 years, please help us in dealing with the National Department of Sport, which we're now working with. I'm privileged to be in this position. Second of all, a football. The price of a football that I can walk across the shop right now and buy a soccer ball at Pick and Pay probably cost me 110 Rand. Right now, because of the ANC's national transversal system that they refuse to let go, we have to buy a football from Pretoria. It's costing us 400 Rand. So do you understand the value for money argument? Do you understand why soccer has been destroyed as part of sport? These are facts, Honourable Gwen, so you don't have to like them, but they are facts, Honourable Member. So sport in this country, including the destruction of football, has been solely, luckily those other sports does not have the ANC influence. That's why they survive. Unfortunately, soccer, like the former president who was an ANC mayoral candidate in PE, they have sadly destroyed football. And now you see the results of it. Clubs being relegated, 0 investment. They received billions for the 2010 World Cup. Where's the allocation of that? You wouldn't find a single cent of it everywhere. That is sadly, we're dealing with the legacy matter of that. The second one, and I hope you're going to help me on this, Honourable Member. That's why I'm very privileged for the question Mr. Jacob asked, and I'm going to respond to it later. I have now written to Minister Lamola. I've written to National Minister Mackenzie. South Africa, listen, Honourable Khalid, so you can understand, you can help us in this. South Africa needs an emergency fund in case of emergency. Children standing in a foreign country
Prime Minister,
should never have happened in the first place.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, is there a point of order?
Just a point of procedure. Not supposed to, the Honourable Minister is not supposed to be addressing me. Firstly, I'm not speaking in the discussion, but secondly, he must speak through you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you made the point. Honourable Minister, can I remind you that you must please speak to me? Prime Minister, you may continue.
Thank you. I'll speak to you. So, Honourable Glensu, I really hope you can help me on this, and Honourable Side by you, Speaker. I've written to Minister Lamola. I've written to Minister Mackenzie. We had a courtesy of responding to me, Lamola. Typical ANC, the emails go and die. Can never expect a response from them. So, in asking for an emergency national fund. So children does not have to be stranded in a foreign country. I wish I had that power. Please delegate it to us. We're asking for police. We're asking for trains. Give it to competent people that can handle it and do the job. so that those children do not have to be stranded. The embassy should have, on day one, should have tapped into the emergency fund, accommodated those children, and sent them home properly. It didn't have to take a private initiative, and well done to what they have done. So please help me, Honourable Side by you, Speaker, WhatsApp Mr. Lamola and say, please respond to MEC Mackenzie, because we need that emergency fund in case minors are stranded overseas. It's a new opportunity for all of us to establish that emergency fund when minors are stranded overseas, whether in arts, culture, or sports. So we need your help, honorable members. Please help us in that. Honorable Leta Kong, thank you very much for your question. We also later on, I'll deal with some of your assertions much better. I want to deal with my time appropriately. And then Honorable Densu, thank you very much. Can you help us? I'm going to ask you to help us in this regard. We need SAFA. Please, you're a member of the standing committee. Please invite SAFA to the standing committee. I will be present in person. So then you can ask the legitimate question. SAFA, Western Cape. Over the last 10 years,
Honourable Member, Minister, your time has expired. Please conclude.
you've received X amount of money. You've received X from National. You've received X from 2010. You've received X from the Western Cape. Please show us where is
Thank you very much, Honourable
they can
Minister.
account for our money,
Thank
but
you
not
very
for the
much,
other
Honourable
money.
Minister.
I need the standing committee's help,
Honourable
please, sir.
Member, Minister, please take your seat. Thank you very much, honourable members. That concludes interpellation 3 as printed on the question paper. We will now move on to questions for oral reply in terms of Rule 202. I wish to remind the honourable members that the first opportunity for a follow-up question will be granted to the member who initially posed the question. Thereafter, there will be 3 further opportunities. Honourable members, I want to remind you that you are allowed 1 follow-up question. Anything more than that will be ruled out of order. So please work with me. We have a long way to go on the order paper for today. So with that being said, I recognize the Honourable Minister of Social Development, Minister Lund.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And to the Honourable Kaiser Philander, thank you for the question.
Honourable Minister, my apologies. Please take your seat there. We have got some logistical issues with the timer on the screen. While we wait for the table staff to deal with that, I think it's also important for me to remind the honourable members that if you wish to ask a follow-up question, you may indicate to me as soon as the minister starts speaking. For those members online, if you wish to ask a follow-up question, please use the raised hand functionality. And as I indicated earlier, the first opportunity will be provided to the initial questioner. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you once again, Speaker. On the first part, funded NPOs and DSD local offices present school-based crime prevention programs for at-risk learners. Training modules focus on reducing sexual and gender-based behavioral challenges and cognitive errors, types of consequences of GBV, healthy versus unhealthy relationships, understanding the cycle, levels and types of violence and its triggers, dealing with childhood trauma, resisting negative peer pressure, substance abuse, from the dangers of experimentation to dealing with addiction, appropriate decision-making, anger management, anti-bullying, conflict management, men and boys mentoring programs, behavior modification techniques, grief counseling and coping strategies, and enhancing emotional intelligence, as well as wilderness experiential learning. Support and training workshops are also provided to parents and caregivers aimed at improving parenting skills and family relationships. Therapeutic interventions are also provided to beneficiaries who require long-term or intensive forms of intervention. Within the Department of Social Development, in collaboration with its service delivery partners, actively promote access to education for vulnerable children through a range of interventions. Social workers facilitate school enrollment for children at risk or in temporary safe care, foster placements, or child and youth care centers. working directly with the Western Cape Education Department to ensure access to formal schooling. Additional support services such as school transport, nutrition programs, and after-school drop-in centers are provided to children living in impoverished communities where access is often limited. DSD also funds and partners with organizations that run after-school programs designed to bridge educational gaps and offer academic support to children experiencing learning delays due to trauma. Children with disabilities or barriers to learning are also prioritized through collaborative efforts with the Department of Education, such as the inclusive education programs. I'm going to veer slightly off from here. Some good news also that my colleague, Minister David Mania, visited with me Alto de Toy School last week, where we trained 73 social work professionals from the Education Department who will be utilizing the social work integrated management system, which will also assist us in those referral pathways between DSD social workers and the Education Department social workers, so that we ensure that there's no children that fall through the cracks. To my colleague, Minister Mania, thank you so much for being the first sister department stepping up. Access to psychosocial services. DSD and its service delivery partners, including Jelly Beans, Patch, Nonkeba, the Trauma Center, Rape Crisis, and Childline, among others, deliver psychosocial services to vulnerable children. These services are provided by trained professionals, including social workers, auxiliary staff, registered psychologists, and counselors. Together, they offer trauma counseling, behavioral therapy, family mediation, and referrals to specialized mental health services. These interventions play an important role in the recovery and emotional well-being of children who have experienced abuse, neglect, or other forms of trauma. Then, to prevent re-victimization, DSD and its partners conduct continuous safety and risk assessments, along with regular monitor of individual cases. DSD manages child protection cases through the Social Work Integrated Management System, a digital platform that enables the tracking of children across various services. This service is currently being rolled out to designated child protection organizations. Children identified as high risk are placed either in temporary safe care within their communities or registered residential care facilities, depending on the individual needs. Where necessary, protection orders are obtained or alleged perpetrators are removed from the child's environment through legal proceedings in the Children's Court in line with the Children's Act. DSD and designated child care and protection organizations work closely with the South African Police Service, including its Family Violence Unit, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit, the NPA, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and other relevant government stakeholders to ensure the legal protection of vulnerable children. Service providers must take into account the norms and standards of the Children's Act, including mandatory reporting of abuse via Form 22 or Form 23. Where applicable, perpetrators are placed on Part B of the National Child Protection Register. Then I also just want to say that we have now started a process where all of the seniors in the department also do lead by example by doing spot checks, visiting foster parents, safety parents to see when last a social worker visited you, see whether the reporting is up to scratch. I visited some of these foster parents and safety parents myself, and I must say it's amazing. Most of them are women that do that much more for their communities. They open their hearts, they open their homes to ensure that those children that's at risk and vulnerable, they have that safe space, and they quite often become the positive role model that many of these children need to become functioning adults. That's part one of the question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Kaiser Philander.
Baie dankie, agbare speaker, en deur u minister Lond, u het nou baie breedvoerig en uitgebrei op die vraag, aanvanklike vraag, soveel sodat u nou my opvolg ook in 'n mate gedek het. Baie dankie daarvoor. Speaker, my only follow-up question will then be, hoe word die intervensies wat u genoem het, minister Lond, sowel as die skakeling met die verskillende belangegroepe, hoe word dit deur u departement gemoniteer en geëvalueer? Dankie, speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Dankie voorsitter. Nie lank terug nie het ons pleegkinders van reg oor die provinsie bymekaar gebring en daar's toe met hulle wegbreek sessies gedoen. Eerstens was daar verseker dat nie een van die kinders 'n maatskaplike werker wat saam met hulle werk in hulle sessie het nie. Toe was daar gesit en met hulle gepraat om te verduidelik, okay, hierdie is 'n veilige spasie, kom ons gesels oor die intervensies wat die departement doen. Daar's gevra wanneer laas was 'n maatskaplike werker aan huis by u? Wanneer 'n maatskaplike werker aan huis kom, is daar geleentheid vir die kind om met 'n maatskaplike werker te gesels weg van die voog ouer. Daar het 'n paar goed uitgekom wat ons nou ook sal leer om te verbeter in ons dienste. Dit word ook gedeel aan die susterorganisasies wat saam met ons werk. Die volgende sessie wat soortgelyk is, gaan ons in Woester hou, wat ons weer eens die kliënte se stemme direk hoor, wat hulle vir ons kan sê, waar kan ons dienste verbeter. So boonbehalwe die normale monitering en evaluering van ons werk wat ons doen, ook met die organisasies wat ons befonds, doen ons hierdie tipe werk wat ons direk van die kliënte kan hoor, waar voel hulle, is daar gapings in die dienste wat ons kan lewer, en dan spreek ons dit aan. So dis daai proaktiewe diens wat ek wil krediet gee aan die maatskaplike werkers wat hulle partykeer gewillig is om in die spieël te kyk en hulle sê mos uit die mond van die suigeling, hoor 'n mens die waarheid. En baie van hierdie kinders het maar regtig ook vir ons gesê waar ons bietjie ons dienste kan opskerp en ons sal sorg dat ons dit ook doen. Dankie.
Baie dankie, agbare minister. I recognize the Honourable Windvogel.
Baie dankie, speaker. Ek dink die minister het nou al die interventions genoem, maar soos ons weet, die social workers is oorwerk en sit met klomp sake wat hulle eers nie kan hanteer nie. En nou sit ons, my vraag is dan, how do you identify those families? Because you mentioned that you are said, or your staff are going out and visiting those families. Who are those families? I want to understand that then. What monitoring and evaluation mechanisms are in place to measure the effectiveness of these programs, and how is the department ensuring that these services are accessible to the vulnerable youth in rural and under-resourced communities where exploitation risks are the highest? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Before you respond, I wish to remind the honourable members that you are allowed one follow-up question. Honourable Windvogel, in that submission to the Minister, there was more than one question. Honourable Minister, as always, I'm not going to dictate how you respond. I need to ensure that the rules are applied, and that was in contravention of the follow-up of the rules in terms of the follow-up question. But how you respond is entirely up to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, my head was all over which one I think I must prioritize, but since the member, I do know she's got a heart for the rural part of the province, let me speak to that. There's not a single part of the Western Cape that's not being covered. We have our footprint all over the province. One of the gaps that we identified is those in the farming areas, those in the really small towns where it's not going to make financial sense to open up an office. And when we identified that gap, we spoke to our colleagues in Cabinet, and the Minister of Mobility, Infrastructure and Treasury came on board, and we got 3 mobile offices that is now going out to the most rural parts of the Western Cape. I'm incredibly excited because we're going to Tankwa early next month. Now, a lot of people maybe think Tankwa is the Northern Cape, but there's a part of the Tankwa that's part of the Western Cape. And we are going ourselves into that area. They did warn us that those stones cut the tires a little bit sharper. When I visited my colleague here from Beaufort West, I lost a few tires. But that's what a testimony to our social workers, that they are willing to go above and beyond and drive hours and hours away from their home so that residents don't have to come into town. So that's one part. So we have that protection for the most vulnerable corner to corner in this province. When we do identify that there is a gap, we try and plug that. And that is part of what SWIMS allows us. Because now if you go into a part of the province and there's absolutely no signal, you can still capture all of the details of the clients on the system. And then as soon as you connect it again, all of it will be uploaded onto the system. Then there's also reminders on the system of when you need to follow up. Because if you only work on reminders in your diary, you might miss something. Now you've got a reminder that's prompting you on the system to follow up and revisit those clients. So by embracing technology, but also embracing innovation like the mobile offices, we are improving the service to everybody, the most rural in the province as well. But we are still open to suggestions on anything that we can improve and make sure that those safety nets are strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, are there any further follow-up questions to the Minister? No further follow-up question. That brings us to the end of question number 3 as printed on the question paper. We move on to question number 4. Honourable members, just before I recognize the Minister, just for noting, question number 1 and 2 for the record has been withdrawn by the member who posed the initial question. Honourable Minister Breda.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member Brian for asking the question. What steps is his department taking to improve access to recycling infrastructure and services across the province, particularly in the underserved communities? And the second part, how is the department working with municipalities to strengthen participation in the waste separation and recycling programs? The A part of the question, the rendering of recycling infrastructure and services are predominantly a municipal or the responsibility of the municipality. The department supports municipalities with their applications for MIC and UIDG funding to the national government and are currently in a process of supporting Drakensberg municipality for the application of 2 cage trucks for the collection of recyclables, which they hope to roll out in the underserved communities. The department also received a request from Atsikama municipality to support the drop-off material recovery facility and composting facility for endorsement, which they wish to construct to recover and to recycle as much of the waste stream as possible. The part B of this question, the department provides municipal support to facilitate waste diversion in the province by conducting waste minimization and co-design workshops with underserved communities. The department continually provides support to municipalities through awareness and capacity building workshops. This includes training of municipal staff who are responsible for waste handling. The department is also in support of the waste picking integration into the municipal waste management system, as they play a pivotal role in recovering recycling material from the waste stream that would otherwise have ended up being disposed at the landfill site. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Honourable Bryant and then Honourable Constable. Is there any, and then Honourable Van Vogel, in that order.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the response and for highlighting those areas where the province is cooperating with municipalities, even though, as he mentioned, they don't have to do so, but they are doing so, and it's fantastic to see. Minister, I'd just like to ask you, in terms of a follow-up, the impact that illegal dumping is happening, is having in some of our areas, particularly our vulnerable communities, and the pressures that is putting on the landfill sites. Is this a cause of concern for the department?
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Member. Yes, illegal dumping is a big concern, I think, for all of us in this House. If you drive around this province, you're worried about the illegal dumping. And it speaks to a huge issue which we need to deal with, starting with education within our communities, because they, at the end of the day, live amongst these kind of circumstances. It also, at the one hand, put also pressure on landfills, but we also need to have, and as the committee chair, I think he will summons us and get us in front of his committee to talk to the longer term dealing with waste in this province. I personally think that we need to move away from landfills because there's just contamination of groundwater and everything that's wrong actually happens there. So long term, but there's also cost implications. The first world national laws that we've got is not helping currently with the layering. It escalates the cost of landfills. It speaks to, I think, also to the broader system, financial system of municipalities at the end of the day. We need a new financial model. We need to stop cost subsidizing. Each service must pay for itself. So refuge must pay for refuge so that we get the real cost of this. That will take us, I think, and that will set the ground rules for waste to energy, because currently people just say it's too expensive. Well, I don't think we've done enough homework on that. We've started off in 2009 where we first had to license all the landfill sites because there was very few of them was licensed. It was something like nearly 180 of them. We then had to start a program which those that wasn't licensed, had to start to decommission them and to rehabilitate them. Now there's still a lot that we need to do, and that's also a debate that when you summons us to the committee that must form part of this landfill discussion is to also rehabilitate the current landfill sites. And how are we going to deal with that? We cannot just walk away from them and leave them. So it's an ongoing debate. It's something that we need to get right. And then we need to talk to how we're going to transform. Or then the third step was to then, as a department, we thought that we're going to go for, say, 5 big landfill sites in the province. At that stage, it made sense. It was coming on since 2015. Because of recycling, you need mass to make it profitable. So the thinking was, if we can get it per district, then we will be able to focus more on recycling and to make it profitable. But the regional landfill sites, I've got a couple of questions on that as well. I really think long term we need to move away and then come back to the discussion of waste to energy. First world countries, they burn their waste, they transform it into energy, and they even reuse the ashes and put it into either tar roads or cement. So I think that's the way we need to go, and I'm looking forward to have this debate with the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Constable.
Speaker, good afternoon. Thank you very much, and thanks for the MEC. The MEC touched, Speaker, on the question that I want to ask, but now I want to add something else because the MEC touched on a funding model. That's where the basis of my question is. With regards to MEC has a requirement in the MIC now for 15% that must be allocated to sport and sports facilities. Is that something that we can look into with regards to waste, specifically landfill sites as well as transfer stations? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Minister.
I think it's more, I think the person that will be able to answer better will be our Minister of Finance. I think they're busy with a big debate on national level to look at grants and the allocation of grants and how can we get more out of the grants. So I think it's one part of that kind of discussion. The MIC is actually focused to get services to poor communities, especially the core services of water, sanitation, refuge, etc. To do that and get it there. There's different programs. There's also the community works program, because in the waste stream currently there's an opportunity to create jobs. That is why, as a department, there's in communities people get very irritated with waste pickers. We ran a couple of programs where we talk to them as waste entrepreneurs and not waste pickers. And in those circumstances where we worked with them, I can tell you it was actually a huge benefit towards the whole community. They adopted them. They become like a security also as well in the system because they've got blocks where they operate. But yeah, we still need a lot of more. We still need to do a lot more on the whole waste thing, especially on the education side of it. And it's an ongoing debate on a national level as well, because we will need to have funding. I want to have obviously the funding model from national down to local government to have a re-look at the whole financial system. I think personally that the problem starts off that in the constitution we never defined top slice, so national government first take, and then they divide what's left. I think that's a big problem. We need to define the top slice so that we can get more towards services, towards waste, energy, and water to the communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Chair. I think the Minister partly covered my follow-up question. But Minister, given the department's plans to expand the recycling infrastructure and work with municipality on waste separation programs, what measurable targets and timelines have been set to ensure underserved communities gain equal access to these type of services? And how will the department keep the municipalities accountable for meeting these recycling waste reduction goals? Thank you.
Honourable Minister, again, Honourable Member, you are allowed to ask one follow-up question related to the initial response to the initial question posed. You can't bring in a new question or ask more than one follow-up, but Minister, as always, I'm not going to dictate how you respond to that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It's working with the municipalities with waste is very much like going to the dentist. It's always painful. It's a slow process. It's a difficult process because we can stand out of the water because they must actually report to national. They get their targets there. They must, but then nothing is going to happen, and we as the Western Cape will fail. Will fail at the end of the day. It's like cutting your nose to spite your face. So we know we need to step into that space. So our department worked very closely with the municipalities, like the whole MIC unit, trying to get municipalities to spend the MIC allocations. That's why we manage it, because between myself and Minister Bartman's departments, we really sit with them every month, and we tell them, this is your target, what have you done, can we assist you? And the successes we had, the problem why we don't see it is we don't have the funding as a province to roll it out at scale. That's actually the big problem. And then obviously, as we work in a fast moving world, we don't adapt quick enough. So remember 2027, you won't be able to take any organic waste to the landfill sites anymore. You must go back into your garden, etc. So we start now to educate communities, start to educate our municipalities first, and then the communities, how to deal with that, to minimize the waste that we take to a landfill site. And then working with waste pickers, the first big program is to get them to understand the value of the different kinds of waste that they pick. And it's an ongoing process. It's a process that we will dismantle in front of the standing committee when they invite us, and I think that's going to happen very soon, because it's an interesting environment, and it's an environment where we all understand that we need to work together to be successful at the end of the day. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And the last opportunity to Honourable Petrus.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, you spent a lot of money or the municipality in the Garden Road on the landfill site that is still not operational. What's going on there? Can you perhaps explain to us what's going on there and why is it not operational?
Order. Is that a point of order?
Yeah, I think that maybe just spoke more sense than the Honourable Petrus.
That is not a point of order, Honourable Minister. Order, members. There was a member on the floor. There's a question posed to the Minister. Minister, again, there was more than one question posed. I'm not going to dictate how you respond to it, but the question was posed. Order, members. Is that a point of order? What's your point of order?
It's a point of order on the Honourable MEC. I think we are not here to play games. There are serious matters we are discussing. This is deeply undermining to the member. I mean, really, the remarks he just made, instead of responding to the question, he goes and brings in an issue of someone in the gallery. I mean, really.
I have already ruled, Honourable Syed, and I did rule that that was not a point of order. And once it becomes frivolous and it degenerates the decorum of the House is where I will intervene. But members are absolutely, in terms of the rule or rules, entitled to raise points of orders. Honourable Chief Whip of the Opposition, is that a point of order?
Speaker,
Honourable Chief Whip, can you please use the other microphone?
Speaker, I want to take further what Member Khalid is saying. It further goes by saying the gallery there is speaking better sense than the member. That is also undermining the integrity of another member.
Yes.
Can that member just withdraw? There's no ruling for that. It's just okay to speak bad in the presence of another member. We cannot allow such frivolous attitudes.
Yes.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Morally, it's wrong, Speaker.
All right, there is now, honourable members, there was a point of order raised by the Honourable Minister. I ruled the Minister out of order. The Chief Whip of the Opposition is now rising on a new point of order and saying that the member infringed on the integrity in terms of the rules of the member. And so I'm going to deal with that separately. So I want to, for the record, state that this is not a point of order on a point of order because I've already ruled. Honourable Minister, the point of order by the Chief Whip is that you infringed on the integrity and dignity of the member in the House. And as you know, we are all honourable members here and we must treat each other as honourable members. Can I please ask that you withdraw that comment you made to the honourable member?
Honourable Speaker, although it's subject to debate, I will withdraw unconditionally.
Order. The Minister has withdrawn unconditionally and I'm satisfied with that and we move on. Honourable Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to the Honourable Member. Yeah, Mossel Bay site, we've learned a lot of lessons. It's coming on for the last 12 years to try to establish that. In the meantime, the West Coast has established their one, signed the contract. I'm worried about the financial modelling of that because you need now in the garden route. Remember, just for clarity, it's in Mossel Bay, but it's not the Mossel Bay site. It's not the municipality site. It's the site for the region. Okay. So to get all the municipalities to sign the contract was quite difficult. And in the garden route, if you don't have George and Mossel Bay as partners, well, the rest can't carry it. Now you go into this contract and you sign a big deal with the bank, a loan. And then if one or two of the municipalities opt out, then the district sit with this loan, they can't repay. So this financial modeling is going to become very tricky. Then what has happened also when they started off with this program, of when we started off with the regional site thinking, the rail was working. Now we don't have rail anymore. So if you need to take waste from Knysna, that must also take their waste into the Mossel Bay site. It's an 8-hour turnaround with the truck. Now you must double your fleet in Knysna because they're not going to have trucks to drive up and down and take the waste there. So it can become problematic. And that is why this thing is now on ice because of the bank loan. Municipalities popped out. They say they can't afford it. Knysna haven't signed the contract yet. B2 is struggling. So we will need to look into that. The West Coast, currently the two municipalities, Matsikama and Cederberg, signed that one. But if you don't get all 5 to become partners, the cost is going to end up in the lap of the district municipalities, and they don't have an income stream. So I really think this is going to be a very interesting debate, and we need to be able to ask the tough questions. If we're wrong with our thinking, then the quicker we stop and rethink, I think the better. Thank you, Chair.
Baie dankie, agbare Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of question number 4 as printed on the question paper. We move on to question number 5, and I recognise the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, Minister Wenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted that the honourable member asked me a question about this. This is a project that is very close to my heart and which I have made a ministerial priority. The The pilot project is called Khulisa Care, Khulisa for Grow, and it's a pilot project that we launched recently by the Western Cape Department of Health and Wellness. And its aim is breaking the cycle of malnutrition and preventing childhood stunting. The program is in partnership with the Department of the Premier, and the DG Murray Trust is we're all working together, and it's a collaborative effort with civil society and the private sector, including the Grow Great campaign and ShopRite. So the program targets 3 critical groups: underweight pregnant women, women at risk of delivering low birth weight babies, that is babies less than 2.5 kilograms, and mothers who have already given birth to babies born with a low birth weight. The goal is to prevent babies from being born underweight and to make sure moms of those who are born underweight to get the right support to help their babies grow and thrive in their first 6 months of life, thereby reducing the rate of stunting among children under the age of 5. This initiative combines monthly nutrition support for protein-rich foods from ShopRite with comprehensive primary healthcare support, which is delivered through trained community healthcare workers, and these will be rolled out in 3 geographic areas of the province, 2 urban and 1 rural. Beneficiaries will receive a monthly 525 Rand ShopRite Extra Savings deal loaded onto their ShopRite Extra Savings card for a select basket of 10 nutritious foods that are redeemable at all ShopRite stores in the Western Cape. And in addition, moms will be provided with supplements like folate and iron. The foods that they will be able to purchase are tinned tuna, tinned pilchards, long life full cream milk, amasi, soy mince, eggs, fortified maize meal, dried or tinned beans, dried lentils, and peanut butter. So these are the protein-rich best buys, as we call them. Now, with protein-rich and nutrient-dense foods, often too expensive for pregnant women, micronutrient deficiencies are common. In South Africa, iron deficiency and anemia are widespread amongst women of reproductive age, with the South African demographic, and health survey reporting anemia in 1 in 3 women, with higher figures in some provinces. Iron is essential for red blood cells to deliver oxygen throughout the body and is necessary for the healthy development of the fetus. Iron is found in most abundance in protein-rich foods like eggs, fish, chicken, beans, lentils, and nuts. A lack of other micronutrients like zinc, calcium, folate, vitamins A, D, and B12 also negatively affect moms and babies. For example, zinc deficiency is associated with high blood pressure during pregnancy and preterm labor. Vitamin A deficiency can affect both pregnant moms and newborns and cause night blindness. And folate and B12 deficiencies can lead to neural tube defects and anemia. And this is why these specific foods have been selected. In addition, to give moms and babies more support, we've partnered with the DG Murray Trust to create an educational booklet and a recipe guide. Here is an example of the educational booklet. And here we have the recipe book with the 10 best buys. So for each of those ingredients, it explains why they're important, and it gives some tasty recipes to try for these ingredients to be used, so that makes it as user-friendly as possible for the moms on the program. Moms will also benefit from visits from trained community healthcare workers twice a month. So we're adding extra community healthcare support to moms on the program. And they will offer regular growth monitoring of babies, counseling on maternal and infant nutrition, including breastfeeding guidance, information on healthy pregnancies, reducing risky behaviors such as smoking and alcohol use, and pregnancy and postnatal infant care, such as identifying danger signs and adhering to immunization schedules, as well as information on maternal mental health. To make sure our community healthcare workers are confident and prepared, We have trained 100 healthcare workers in the Breda Valley and more than 200 in Khayelitsha, with more training sessions scheduled for Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain. We've developed a booklet with messages for moms that the community healthcare workers will take with them on their visits. And I thought I'd share with the House some images of our recent training sessions with community healthcare workers. Yeah. The pilot program was first started in Breda Valley, and it's kicked off in July of this year, with Khayelitsha this month and Mitchell's Plain set to follow in the next few weeks. The intake period is expected to span the next 3 to 5 months, with participating women receiving support from their first antenatal visit up until the baby turns 6 months old, irrespective of when they join the program. Pregnant women will be screened at public health facilities offering antenatal services. Those who are underweight or at risk of delivering a low birth weight baby will be enrolled. New mothers whose babies are born underweight will also be identified at birth or during follow-up visits. Healthcare professionals such as nurses and midwives will play a key role in referring eligible women to the program. This is a pilot project which we hope will reduce low birth weight rates, increase exclusive breastfeeding, improve maternal health and nutrition, and provide a model that we will be able to scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Wenger. I recognize the member that posed the question, Member Boyson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, with all the various challenges within the health sector, why did the minister specifically focus on stunting and low birth weight, what are the risks that might cause Khulisa Care to fail?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I recognize the Minister.
Thank you for the follow-up to the honourable member. So I thought maybe let's start with, what stunting is. So what is stunting? So stunting is a sign of chronic malnutrition in children under 5, meaning they're shorter than expected for their age. Some children are just normally short, but most short for age children have in South Africa have suffered nutritional deficit that affects both their body and brain's growth. It is a public health concern, but more than that, it has long-term consequences for individuals and the broader economy. Its impact reaches well beyond early childhood, affecting how children learn, how adults work, and how countries grow. In South Africa, more than a quarter of children under the age of 5 is stunted. And this is the key reason why the average child born today is expected to reach only 43% of their full productive potential later in life. Low birth weight and stunting are not just medical concerns. They are powerful early warning signs that can shape the entire course of a person's life. In 2022, the Department of Health and Wellness conducted a stunting baseline survey, which gave us a much clearer picture of the challenges that we face. We undertook this survey because we know that a child's first 1,000 days are absolutely critical. Good nutrition, responsive care, and a safe, nurturing environment during this window set the foundation for lifelong health, learning, and productivity. If children are stunted, if they do not grow properly in their first few years, the effects are unfortunately permanent. It limits brain development, reduces school performance, and even lowers earning potential later in life. And that is why, as the Department of Health and Wellness, working with the DG Murray Trust and our research partners at UCT and Stellenbosch University, the stunting baseline survey was commissioned initially. The goal was to understand exactly where we stand, to measure the scale of malnutrition in our children under 5, and to try and uncover some of the drivers behind it so that we can direct our efforts and track progress with real evidence. So what did this study find? Stunting is still too high. 17.5% of children under 5 in our province are stunted. Among the most vulnerable group are children under 2, in which case this rises to 19.7%, which is almost 1 in 5. Stunting is highest in households living in poverty and in informal environments. The double burden of malnutrition is also real. So what this means is that although there's a malnutrition, it is not only due to a lack of nutrition, but also being overweight or obese, a rate the World Health Organization classifies as a high public health concern. So malnutrition in the Western Cape is not just about too little food, it's also about the wrong kinds of food. The good news is that there has been some progress. In 2016, national data put stunting in young children at 27.4%, and today in the Western Cape, it's 17.5%. So that's quite a substantial reduction. This suggests that interventions are making a real difference. If we continue at this pace, we're hoping to make further reductions within the next few years. So what are some of the risk factors that drive stunting? Poverty, children in the poorest households were almost twice as likely to be stunted. A care environment is an influencing factor. Low maternal education, young age at childbirth, and limited opportunities double the risk of stunting in infants. Maternal health risks like smoking and alcohol or drug use all raise the likelihood of stunting, and then low birth weight, which is often due to maternal nutrition preterm birth that influences stunting. We then also looked at rates of breastfeeding despite strong evidence that breast milk protects against both stunting and obesity, only 18% of infants are exclusively breastfed. We also found from the study that half of all children under 5 have poor dietary diversity, so they're not getting enough protein, fruit, and vegetables. 70% are not consuming enough dairy to meet their calcium needs, and alarmingly, 80% consumed sugary foods, and 50% drank sugary beverages in just 24 hours before being surveyed. Other worrying findings were incomplete immunization rates, which remain high in poorer households, which is also a signal of wider vulnerabilities. And so what does it mean? It means that stunting is an issue that requires a whole of government and whole of society approach and requires more than just one intervention. But we're hopeful that through Kulisa Care, we have a targeted intervention that tracks 3 at-risk groups, those being low birth, underweight moms, moms at risk of delivering low birth weight babies, and then low birth weight babies themselves. The important thing is what this will do is will add years of health, it will add opportunities to learn, and it will have the chance to break free from cycles of poverty. So what we're doing here is we're investing actively in the future of our province. There were some economic studies that were done around stunting, and some of those costs are quite staggering. By 2040, stunting and obesity could cost the Western Cape up to 947 billion rand in lost economic potential. And that's because children who start life malnourished are less likely to finish school and are more likely to live in poverty and are at greater risk of lifelong illness. For families, this often means higher care needs and fewer opportunities. And of course, it has implications for a productive workforce for the economy. So I can assure the honourable member that the science is clear. Investing in children's health is one of the smartest decisions we can make, both morally and economically. Healthy children grow into skilled, productive adults who strengthen families, communities, and the economy. So it's not just a health intervention, it's a long-term investment in the future. The honourable member also asked me about risks of it not working. So I suppose the thing is a pilot is in essence, a space to test, to learn, and to improve. While we acknowledge that there's always a risk that a new approach may not work as intended, but the decision was not taken lightly. A lot of work has gone into this project, and it's grounded in strong local evidence as well as proven global best practice, showing that time and again, low birth weight and stunting interventions, if they're made early enough, can dramatically improve lifelong health, learning, and earning potential. So before we launched, we conducted in-depth planning, and we reviewed the scientific research, we consulted health experts, we studied successful programs in other countries, we mapped specific needs of targeted communities. We also worked very closely with the private sector and civil society partners to ensure that the design of the program is practical, it is culturally relevant, and also financially sustainable. The pilot combines targeted nutrition support with maternal care and counseling, and global evidence supports this approach. So in Mexico, they had a program called Progresa, which was linked to a 32% reduction in low birth weight babies. A review of pregnancy support in 27 low and middle income countries found that financial and nutrition support improved birth outcomes. A 2022 systemic review found that cash transfers paired with nutrition counseling increased dietary diversity and protein-rich food intake, both of which are crucial in preventing low birth weight. Community health workers will be at the heart of the program, as I mentioned. Their home-based personalized care is especially effective for underweight pregnant women and mothers of low birth weight infants. In the pilot, community healthcare workers will visit participants every 2 weeks, providing nutrition counseling, monitoring mom and monitoring baby, and supporting breastfeeding, as part of a structured package of care designed to prevent low birth weight and support recovery when it does occur. So this is a careful, evidence-based test of an approach with the potential to transform lives. We will measure the impact closely, adapt quickly where it's needed, and scale up what works. This reflects the Department of Health and Wellness's commitment to innovation and our belief that when the potential benefits are this great, sometimes the greatest risk is not trying at all.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honourable members, there are members that indicated that they wish to pose some follow-up questions. The first member was Member Winvogel. I don't see her in chambers or indicating online. I will now recognise the Honourable Member Marais. Please proceed, Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just want to commend the Minister on this initiative. And I know it's a long-term vision of improving the prospects of many yet to be born going forward. Wanted to know from the Minister, in terms of this pilot project, do you foresee the sustainability period, you quoted 6 months, to be extended? And what is the, I don't want to go into a second question, but it's very interesting. I want to abide by the rules. I want to abide by the rules. But it's so interesting, and it's commendable that civil society would want to come alongside to make this a success in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. So we're very grateful to have excellent civil society partners joining in on this program. And, you know, and in its pilot phase, it also allows for adaptability. So we're very grateful to the DG Murray Trust for their support as well as Grow Great in this pilot phase. The reason why the support is up until the baby is 6 months old is because what we understand is that in order to access a grant for children, for small children, you can only do so once the baby is born. and to complete all the paperwork and up until the time that you actually start receiving the grant generally takes 6 months. So there is a gap in support for babies, and this project will also then, through that nutrition support, fill that gap and help moms up until they can start to receive their social assistance.
Thank you, Minister Wenger. I recognize the Honourable Member Barnes.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, my question would be, I know that this is a pilot project and one appreciates it. However, Chair, one cannot help but to have that knowledge that normally malnutrition, you find it amongst those that cannot afford, that are very poor, or otherwise drug abuse parents, etc. Now, the MEC have indicated that this project is done in Breda Valley as part of the pilot. What I would want to know is that how are the farm workers benefiting, the mummies that are farm workers, how do they benefit and how do they access your ShopRite? For example, you were raising that ShopRite, you are in partnership or working with ShopRite. In many cases, they are far from ShopRites and etc. How do they access that? And how many of them have already benefited? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
So we wanted to test or roll out the pilot, I guess in both rural and urban, because that gives us insights into what works, what doesn't work. I'm just trying to find the statistics of the enrollment to date, starting in Breda Valley. So any woman that presents for antenatal care at one of our health facilities is screened for low or to be underweight, and any woman that presents at our antenatal clinics in the Breda Valley automatically will then come on the program if they consent to come on the program. So ShopRite is, one of those retail partners that has extensive stores all around, but obviously we understand that there are complexities in rural areas. And so we'll see as the project rolls out whether that is in fact a challenge for women on farms who are part of the program. So we have a dynamic feedback loop, and I have briefings every 4 weeks on the program so that we can understand what some of the challenges are and how do we address them as soon as possible.
Thank you very much. The final follow-up, Honourable Acker. Agbare lekker. I heard that second follow-up. Honourable Minister, there was more than one follow-up question. Not going to dictate how you respond to it.
Thank you. 17.5% of children under 5 in our province are stunted, and 19.7 if you look at children under 2.
Thank you very much, honourable members. That brings us to the end of that question, or question number 5. We move on to question number 6, and I recognize the Honourable Minister Bredell.
And thank you to Honourable Brian for the question. Following the 2023 local government audits, which revealed that 111 municipalities across South Africa tabled unfunded budgets. The reply, yes, there were municipalities located in this province that had tabled unfunded budgets in the 2023-2024 financial year. The relevant details, as monitored with the provisions of the requisite support by the Provincial Treasury, are as follows. The 5 municipalities adopted unfunded budgets in 2023 for financial year: Cederberg, Matsikama, Laingsburg, Beaufort West and Kannaland. Beaufort West municipality was already under the intervention in terms of 139.5 of the Constitution and had a financial recovery plan in place. The other municipalities were assisted to prepare budget funding plans, which, if fully implemented, would provide a credible path to achieving a funded budget. To enhance support provided by Provincial Treasury, the Department of Local Government additionally provided the following focus support to enlisted municipalities. To Cederburg Municipality, support and guidance provided to Cederburg municipalities with the review and amendment of the systems of delegations 13 and 14th of July 2023. Also in Cederburg, conducted a workshop at Cederburg Municipality on 11th of August on the draft rules of order and bylaws, uniform standards and procedures for councillors, the roles and responsibilities and the code of conduct for councillors. In Kannaland Municipality, support provided to Kannaland Municipality with the review, amendment of following bylaws, water services, traffic, roads, regulations, the keeping and controlling of animals, street trading, electricity supply, and community fire safety. In Matsikama Municipality, support provided to Matsikama Municipality with the review, the amendment of its draft water and sanitation policy, and the Department of Local Government facilitated the anti-fraud and anti-corruption workshop in conjunction with COCTA, Hawks, SAU, SALGA for all municipalities of the West Coast District on the 14th and 15th of November 2023. In this respect, attendees include the councillors as well as officials from Matsikama Municipality. And in Beaufort West Municipality, in order to capacitate the members of MPAC at Beaufort West Municipality, a workshop was conducted with committee members on the 4th of March 2024. All the municipalities, with the exception of Cederburg Municipality, had support plans in place in 2023-2024. The following grant allocations were provided to the relevant municipalities. To Beaufort West Municipality, the intervention in ICT firewall, 335,000 rand. Engineering capacity, 300,000 rand. The purchase of personal protective equipment, 500,000 rand. And the urgent repairs to water and sanitation, also 500,000 rand. So a total of 1.635 million rand in Beaufort West Municipality. And then in Cederburg Municipality, on municipal service delivery capacity building, technical capacity appointment of technical director. So we help them with that process, and we put in 300,000 rand into that process. Intervention in the backup services in the municipality, 400,000 rand. So a total in Cederburg of 700,000 rand was spent. Then in Kannaland Municipality, to enhance their engineering capacity, we spent 300,000 rand. On HR communication capacity, another 300,000 rand. So we spent 600,000 rand in Kannaland Municipality. And then in Laingsburg, on backup service, the 400,000 rand. And in Matsikama Municipality, for backup power for existing service, pump stations, etc., 877,000 rand. Engineering capacity, 600,000 rand. Technical engineering capacity, 600,000 rand. Backup service, 400,000 rand. And HR communication capacity, 300,000 rand. So a total of 6.12 million rand from the department was in this municipality to help to get them to funded budgets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, the time has expired for oral questions. I've allowed the Minister the latitude to conclude the answer because there was a question posed. That brings us to the end of questions for oral reply. Outstanding replies will be printed in Hansard. We now move on to questions to the Premier without notice in terms of Rule 204. Honourable members, just a reminder that 2 follow-ups by the member posing the question which relates to the original question. So you can't ask a new question when you pose your follow-up, and it's only the member that is posing the question that can ask follow-up questions. I recognize the Honourable Nkondlo. I recognize Honourable Nkondlo. I then move on to Honourable Mbombo. I then move on to Honourable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, through you, I'd like to ask from the Premier, what insights do the results of the Q2 2025 quarterly labour force survey offer into the Western Cape's job market?
Thank you very much, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you very much to the Honourable Member for the question. In actual fact, I was reading something about that earlier today. Obviously the job survey is something that's really interests me a lot. As I think people that know me, it's about the economy, it's about growth, and it's about jobs. And of course, that's our number one priority here in the province. I do notice that the one thing that I'm a bit unhappy about is that we've gone from just below 20% unemployment to just above. And we really are trying to keep it below 20% and keep pushing it down. But, you know, the low economy and economic growth rate in South Africa, less than 1%, continually quarter after quarter, year after year, has its impacts on jobs and the employment numbers in our country. And of course, we don't escape that. We are under pressure, but it also puts other pressures on us, and that's the pressure of in-migration of many people coming to look for jobs in this province. Because the one thing that does stand out is that your labour force participation, if you look at that data, we're still by far the highest in South Africa at 67.9%. And of course, if I look at the year-on-year rate, and so the year-on-year rate last year, this time we were sitting at 22.2%. This year, at this time, we're sitting at 21.1%. So it is above the 20% mark that we had achieved in the previous 3 quarters, which of course was very, very welcome. But the interesting thing for me is that we are still 69,000 jobs up in the Western Cape from where we were at this time last year. And of course, in South Africa, the problems are exacerbated, because if I take our narrow unemployment rate of 21.1%, the closest other province with a narrow unemployment rate, of course, is the Northern Cape, and we are 21.1, they are 32.7. So, I mean, just that gap in narrow, and that's the closest other province. I mean, the narrow unemployment rate in the Northwest now sits at 40.1%. The narrow in the Eastern Cape at 39.5%, so 40. So it's like almost double what we are in the province. And that's, you know, obviously it concerns me. I'm worried about the unemployment rate in the Eastern Cape. I'm worried about Gauteng, the engine room of the economy of our country. And if Gauteng is not working, it hurts the Western Cape and it hurts South Africa. So yeah, the insights into the labour force survey, they're concerning. The unemployed in South Africa, you know, we're talking about 8.4 million people that are unemployed, and those that have given up looking for work, 3.5 million people in South Africa. These are a lot of people without work, a lot of people without opportunity, and the number of people that are on social grants. And if you just think about a social grant, you know, how can you even make ends meet with a social grant? So, of course, the insights are that, quite frankly, if we don't arrest and fix our economy in South Africa and do it rapidly, change policies, start to think about how do we get economic growth in our system, which policies and what is failing our economic system. We don't address that, then how do we expect to change these numbers? And if you don't change these numbers, of course, South Africans just get poorer and poorer every time a quarterly survey comes out. So, I mean, I think that's the most significant insight, is that South Africans are getting poorer. The economy is not growing at any rate that is going to make a difference. In actual fact, at a quarter of the inflation rate, all that's happening in our country is that we're going backwards at a rate of knots. Now, if we're going backwards at a rate of knots, well, that doesn't help South Africans. So I think that would be the insights. It is tough out there. It is difficult to find a job, and South Africa needs to change this. And that means we've got to change policies that aren't working. We've got to fix things that are broken. That's got to be the focus of the way going forward.
Thank you very much. Honourable Bosman, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, through you to the Premier. Premier, what impact has global trade uncertainty in recent months had on the Western Cape's ability to grow the economy and to create those much-needed jobs?
Premier.
Thank you. Of course, and maybe I should have answered a little bit of that with the first question, but thank you very much for the follow-up. Of course, our country has to sell our products. We've got to bring foreign exchange into our country if we want it to grow. If you have a household and you don't increase your income coming into your household, you can't buy more food and put on the table. And that's what we've got to do. We've got obviously our inner government, our inner country trade, but we've got to get money coming into the country. That grows your economy. And quite frankly, the global uncertainty, I think, post the American election and the tariff uncertainty that's been here for the last couple of months around the planet, that really is exacerbating the position across the world. But I think for us, primarily as South Africa, our biggest challenge now is the tariffs in the US. And I must say that I'm hugely frustrated and hugely disappointed that we haven't managed to do a deal with regards to tariffs. I mean, it's just quite astonishing that we can't get that right. I mean, we had a mess with not having proper representation and from an ambassador position or a trade and an economic position in the US. Then we messed it up a second time, and an ambassador was sent home. We've got a trade envoy that's never gone to America. I'm very glad to see that there's now another mission going. The Deputy President announced it. He was in the Eastern Cape, which is also, again, the Eastern Cape's going to be hit hugely because of this tariff uncertainty, and the Deputy President was there now. He's announced a further delegation going to the US. But what's really frustrating for me is that we've known this since the beginning of the year, that tariffs are coming. Then there was a huge ruckus for us and a bit of a door opening after the president's visit to the White House. But then it's almost as if we did nothing after that. There's no real action. And what's happened? We're stuck with 30% tariffs. 30%. 30% tariff. The countries in sub-Saharan Africa, not one other country in sub-Saharan Africa has a 30% tariff. Half of them, around 15 of them, have a 15% tariff. Another 14 or 15 of them have a 10% tariff, actually, and they are still in negotiation. So it could stay at 10, it might end up at 15, but not 30. 30%. That makes us so uncompetitive. Now, it's interesting. So the Deputy President is in the Eastern Cape right now because there are 100,000 jobs at stake right now in the Eastern Cape alone because of the automotive industry and that market in the US that has now been really decimated because of the lack of the ability of our teams to go over there and put a deal together. How on earth? I mean, where's the urgency in that? And then while we're trying to do this, what do? We antagonize the system. We invite Iran. We send the head of our military, while at the same time we're going to send another delegation to the America. We've got another military delegation in Iran. They are scoring a massive own goal. So probably at the end of that negotiation, they'll probably purposely put up the rate again. And
Order. Order, members. Order. Honorable Premier, please take your seat. Order, members. Members. Order. Order, members. Honorable member. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we are busy with questions to the Premier. The Premier is responding. If you don't like the response, I would encourage you to have a coffee with the Premier outside of the chamber. But please, honorable members, we still have a long way to go through the order paper. Please ask for your cooperation, both the Chief Whip of the majority party and the Chief Whip of the opposition. If you can please assist so that we can get through the order paper. Honorable Chief Whip, I didn't recognize you, but you're on your feet. So is that a point of order?
Yes, Speaker, I'm on my feet and I'm quite alarmed. I would ask that you please ask the Honourable Win Vogel to withdraw her comment referring to members on this side as murderers.
Order, members. Honorable members, with respect, I don't need anyone's assistance to keep the decorum and rule. There was a point of order. Honorable Van Vogel, did you refer to any member in the House?
No, no, Speaker.
The Honorable Van Vogel indicated that she did not refer to any member. I will, however, revert to Hansard, and I will come back to the House. I will come back to the House with order. We'll come back to the House with the ruling, and like always, I will take the pretext, the context, and the post-text into account when I make my ruling. But until that point, there is no ruling, and I will continue. Honorable Syed, is that a point of order? All right, and then I also order members, I'm on the floor. Honorable Lacker, I also saw your hand. Was that a point of order?
As a point of order, but then you made a ruling on the context upon which member Van Vogel was referring to.
All right, members, I'm not going to reopen order. Order, order. Honorable members, I'm not going to try and shout over you. I have made the ruling. I've asked that you please allow me to come back to the House after I had an opportunity to consult Hansard. I did indicate that I will look at the pretext, the context, and the post-text. So Honorable Lacker, I think I've addressed your point of order. With that being said, honorable members, the Premier was still on the floor. Honorable Premier, you may continue.
thank you very much, Speaker. And I'm sorry that we had this interruption because this is a very serious issue in our country. I mean, the question was about jobs. And, this is the follow-up on that and the implications for further job losses in our country. I was talking about the Eastern Cape, and I mean, the Deputy President, as I said, has just been there. 100,000 jobs at risk in the Eastern Cape, in the automotive industry and the value chains that sit around it. And of course, that has huge concern for me, huge concern. It should be a massive concern for the ANC, massively. But they obviously don't seem to understand the consequences. Do you know that while we've got a 30%, while we have a 30% tariff laid on us, even Lesotho has negotiated a 15% tariff. I mean, it is unbelievable. There's no urgency, there's no commitment, there's no determination, there's no will. It just seems to be, we don't actually care, and the more unemployed people in our country, the better, which is totally unacceptable. So that's in the Eastern Cape. In our province, I'm hugely concerned. Here, it is not driven by the automotive industry. It is driven by agriculture primarily and the export industry into the US. And of course, if you look at the data on our export growth over the last 25 years, from almost negligible to billions, it's taken 25 years to develop that value chain, that market, 30,000 jobs in citrus just under threat in our province right now because of these tariffs. And where's the urgency? No one seems to care about it. It really is unacceptable. And we need to make sure that the ANC stops treating this system with a disdain that they're busy. I mean, we made a joke about shooting oneself in the foot with our military chief going off to Iran, but that has huge consequences for global positioning of our country and how we trade and where we trade. And then we say, well, fine, don't worry, we'll just ignore this and we'll go and find alternate markets. That US market took 25 years to build to where it is right now. But that's the disdain and the absolute, I mean, that's what this opposite side of the house thinks of jobs in South Africa. That's why we don't have a growth rate that we can even talk about. And that's why there's absolutely zero urgency in trying to find a best deal possible to retain as many jobs in our economy as possible. And it's actually quite disgraceful that we have treated the citizens of this country with that kind of disdain and not worried about those jobs, not worried about the food on those people's tables and the ability of those families to even see a future. Their jobs will just be lost just like that. It is absolutely unacceptable. And this province is going to have to now start looking at other ways of finding traction in that specific market, which is a clear and very, very important market for the Western Cape, whether it be foreign direct investment, whether it be trade, and of course this is trade that influences it. It's actually also just about how two regions of the world work with each other to the benefit of their citizens. And quite frankly, the ANC here has dropped the ball critically, and it is just going to make these jobs numbers in the next quarter even worse. They do not care at all. Now, what happens over time is the direct consequence of that is that votes get lost. And there might be a GNU at the moment, but I was looking at the latest data and positioning for the next election. And how many provinces do you think the ANC will retain according to the current data? 2 provinces. Why? Because they cannot even find a job for their citizens, and those that have jobs, they do not care. Another 100,000 in the Eastern Cape going to lose jobs because they cannot get their act together. Thank you, Speaker.
Order, members. Order. Honorable members, the second opportunity, Honorable Bosman.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, through you to the Premier. Premier, given the Western Cape's consistently lower unemployment rate and higher labour force participation compared to the rest of the country, what specific policy reforms would you recommend at a national level to prioritise and stimulate economic growth creation across all provinces, and how can the Western Cape's approach be replicated nationally?
Honourable Premier, there was more than one follow-up question. I'm not going to dictate to you how you respond. Can you put on your microphone?
Policy reform should be having a look at how you can devolve power, how you can allow us to deal with crime here in this province. A lot of noise made about crime, but give us the power to deal with it. Give us the power to deal with ports and rail. Because you sort those things out, you will start to exponentially see economic growth. Follow some of the G4J, follow some of the G4J positionings that we've already put out into the public domain. And
Order, you're drowning out the speaker on the floor. Honorable Premier, please take your seat. Order, members. You're drowning out the speaker on the floor. Honorable Premier, my apologies, you may continue. And can I just remind you, Premier, that your time has expired, so please conclude.
Thank you very much. So concluding on the last point would be at a national level to follow what the DA is busy doing in this province and what this government is busy doing in this province. We have just launched today in Gauteng at the stock exchange our investment summit, which is taking place at the end of the year. Really putting ourselves
Thank you
out
very
and
much,
showing
Honourable
how we
Premier.
can attract investment.
Thank you very
and
much.
the economy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable members, that concludes the questions to the Premier without notice in terms of Rule 204. Honourable members. Order. Honourable members, again, my appeal to the chief whips of on both sides of the House. May you please assist me so that we can get through the order paper. We now move on to statements by members in terms of Rule 145. I recognize the DA.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, in the Western Cape, we don't just commemorate women. We celebrate, empower and uplift them. While some departments nationally reduce women's issues to tick box exercises and talk shops, we take action. The challenges facing women and children are not subject for debate. They are urgent calls to action. I stand today to commend the Artscape Women's Humanity Festival for its unwavering commitment to these ideals. From 25th July to 31st August, this festival has showcased a powerful tapestry of voices, arts, music, literature, and lived experiences, all under one theme: peace in action, working together. Notable events include Past the Flame, Generations Remembering Women Who Sang Us Forward, a musical celebration uniting 3 generations of women who shaped our cultural landscape. Voices in Unison, a powerful choral performance celebrating South Africa's rich musical challenge. I Want to Call You Daddy, a theatrical production exploring complex familiar relationships, as well as Afrik Snacks, a showcase of Afrikaans humor highlighting diversity and the richness of our cultural expressions. The Women's Zone book launch and book swap also celebrated literary activism, as well as the 10th anniversary of Women's Zone. Honourable Speaker, these events go beyond discussion. They provoke platforms for women to make real, lasting impacts across communities. This festival culminated on National Women's Day with the Humanity Walk, a symbolic procession of camaraderie featuring interfaith blessings, keynote speeches, performances, and interactive art. I call on every public leader in this House to actively support and engage with and amplify the efforts of women. Allow me to also highlight the intervention of Ms. Tracy Langer, who showed that she leads from the front by rallying to raise funds to bring young people stuck in Portugal back to Cape Town. Let us make sure that these platforms continue to grow and inspire similar initiatives across the country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the ANC. Can I just ask for the podium, please? It's order, members.
Greetings to our
It's called the podium.
leadership of the ANC in the province, Hendrik Latola, and the Regional Executive Committee leader, Mr. Sydney Setera, who is here in the gallery from the Overberg. In the DA-led Swellendam municipality, 2 brave individuals, one inside the municipality, one outside, uncovered a web of tender fraud. Lee Johnson and Noel Goliath. They found evidence of fabricated documents, falsified meetings, and tenders allegedly steered away from those who won the bid, the adjudicated winners, towards the personal favorites of municipal insiders. Instead of being thanked for protecting public money, these whistleblowers have faced intimidation and violence. Johnson, who is our guest in the gallery today, has had a brick thrown through his window. He has been assaulted outside his home. His house was set on fire. As for Mr. Goliath, his property was vandalized. Yesterday was suspended by the municipality on spurious allegations. The local newspaper has run a sustained smear campaign against him, even falsely claiming that a police case was opened against him. Despite this, the Hawks are investigating, and yet the threats continue. Our concern is not just for the safety of these two individuals, but for the message this sends to every honest person working in our municipalities. If exposing corruption means losing your safety, your livelihood, and your dignity, then we are telling the corrupt that they have nothing to fear. The DA, with MEC Bradell and Premier Windy at the forefront, show no interest in dealing with the rogue actors in their municipalities. Like in this legislature, no interest was shown in investigating the allegations that Member Barnes brought from a whistleblower. Honorable Speaker, we cannot allow that.
Honorable Side, your time is up. Can you conclude?
Honorable Speaker, we cannot allow that. We call on this House to demand urgent protection for those whistleblowers to ensure that the Hawks' work is not obstructed and to make it clear that in Swellendam and across the Western Cape,
Honorable
the truth
Side,
will be defended
Honorable
and those
Side,
who
your
speak
time
will
is.
not be silenced. I thank you.
Honorable members, I've tried to allow you throughout the sitting to give you an opportunity to conclude your sentence or your thought. So can I please ask that you do not abuse that? And Honorable Side, that was in no intention to silence you. It's the parliamentary rules. Honorable Chief Whip, I do not need you to assist me to chair. I recognize the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today, as we stand in the midst of Women's Month, I rise to honour the immeasurable strength of women, a strength that is not merely defined by physical endurance, but by the resilience, courage, and the ability to rise time and time again in the face of adversity. A woman's strength is found in a voice that speaks truth to power, even when the room grows silent. It is in the hands that build and rebuild homes, communities, and futures, often from the ashes of hardship. It is in the heart that nurtures without limit, and in the spirit that refuses to broken, no matter how heavy the burden. We have seen it in our mothers who work tirelessly to put food on the table. We see it in young women shattering glass ceilings and refusing to be defined by stereotypes. And we see it in the women who survive unspeakable violence, yet transform their pain into purpose, becoming advocates for change. Honourable Speaker, the strength of a woman is not just a personal asset, it is a societal necessity. When we empower women, we strengthen families, communities, and the province as a whole. But that empowerment requires more than words. It requires action, policy, and the dismantling of barriers that still hold women back. So as we celebrate Women's Month, let us not only applaud the strength of women, but commit ourselves to a Western Cape where every woman's strength is recognized, protected, and given by the opportunity to thrive. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stevens. I recognize the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Speaker, esteemed members of the Provincial Parliament, it is with deep sorrow that I reflect on the life and legacy of Chief Derek Dammons, a man whose unwavering commitment to service has left an unforgettable mark on our province. A firefighter for 27 years with Drakensberg Fire Services, Chief Dammons' life was one defined
not by the recognition he received, but by the countless lives he touched through his courage, humility, and quiet leadership. As a colleague, a mentor, and a father figure to many, Chief Damons embodied the values of integrity, discipline, and steadfastness. Under his leadership, Drakenstein Fire Services became more than just a firefighting unit. It became a family of men and women who took their cues from his example of service above all. His influence reached far beyond the fire station, as he was a steady hand and a trusted voice, guiding not only his team, but the community at large through countless challenges. Chief Damons, dedicated to duty, his spirit of service, and his tireless commitment to the people of Drakenstein and beyond will forever remain a beacon of inspiration for future generations. As we mourn his loss, let us also honor his memory by embracing the values he held dear: service, compassion, and selflessness. His light may no longer shine among us, but it will continue to guide us as we carry forward his legacy. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters would like to take this opportunity and condemn the DA-led City of Cape Town over the continued closure of Philippi Brown's Farm Library. The library continues to be closed since 7 August 2023 after it was vandalized during a taxi strike, which was subsequently overtaken by thugs who looted and damaged the library, which including books, computers, windows, doors, ceilings, as well as the electrical infrastructure. The City of Cape Town has since been dragging its feet when it comes to fixing the library and often citing the budgetary constraint as the main reason why it cannot commence with repairs. Despite its claims that it is committed to progressing with the work. Before its closure, Speaker, the library was mainly used by the learners, students, community, and a civil organization, as well as the general public for study purposes, as well as research purposes. The length of its closure, coupled with the lack of progress at the site, is causing frustrations among residents who regularly used the library in the past. Moreover, Speaker, what also makes the matters worse is that the nearest library for the community is in kilometers away and it's in Crossroads. And it costs about 20 Rand a day for a round trip, which is not affordable for most learners. Our people, Somlom, are continuing to live in an economy that is not creating adequate employment opportunities in order to afford certain necessities of life. While those armed with the public purse, such as the City of Cape Town, are dragging their feet when it comes to rendering the services which are much needed by the poor, especially in Black townships. It is a known
Honourable
fact
Member, your
that
time has expired. Please conclude.
it is a known fact that if this library is situated in a predominantly white area, then the repairs should have been done long time ago.
Thank you very
Speaker.
much, Honourable Member. I now recognize the NCC. The NCC. And for the final time, the NCC. I then move on to
Thank
the
you, Speaker.
ANC. Saved by the bell. Honourable Jacobs, you may continue.
Yeah, thank you. Speaker, the NCC raises its glass to congratulate Tracy Dalanga, our Cape Town hero, when she was made aware of the youngsters in Spain who left by their own devices.
Honourable Jacobs.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. That is, we're not dealing with motions now. That is, you have indicated that you want to deliver that as a motion. We are on member statements now. Would you like to make a member statement?
Okay, apologies for that one, Speaker. Thank you.
No worries.
Speaker, the NCC notes with profound happiness and joy the launch of the Heritage Visitor Centre at the Amazon African headquarters in Cape Town. This isn't a formal museum or a public heritage site in a traditional sense. Instead, the development itself, located in observatory along the Liesberg River, is steeped in cultural and historical significance. Speaker, the land where Amazon headquarters is now stand was once a part of a contested heritage zone. It holds deep spiritual and historical meaning for the Khoi and the San people, South Africa's first inhabitants. This is a huge step for South Africa, as our country is a co-signatory of the UNTRIP resolution recognizing the Aboriginal nations. Speaker, while there isn't a dedicated Heritage Visitor Centre open to the public, the developers have incorporated symbolic gestures and narratives acknowledging the site's cultural importance. These include memorials and interpretive signage aimed at honoring the legacy of the land and its people. Oma Katrina, ons taal gaan gepraat word. Speaker, the NCC notes the challenges that were overcome to have this site established, and as the NCC, we are proud to have this as a symbol of the First Nation recognition in our country. Amase.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jacobs. I recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we note with outrage the disgraceful incident that saw the Western Cape youth stranded in Portugal after a BT football academy tour. The principal culprit, Brendan Timmy, lived lavishly in Spain before abandoning our children abroad and fleeing back to South Africa. His conduct was a betrayal of trust and a gross dereliction of duty to the young lives in his care. We commend the heroic efforts of Mary Ann van der Merwe, Tracy Lange, Deputy Minister Elvan Bottas, and the DIRCO team, and all South Africans who dug into their own pockets to secure the safe return of the children. Without their swift, selfless action, these young people would still be destitute on foreign streets. In stark contrast, MEC Mackenzie and his department contributed nothing. Instead, he wasted money flying from Spain to Portugal to pose for pictures and grandstand. Those funds could have bought return tickets for the stranded children. Thus, on his reply to my question, he could not provide his total expenses to Lisbon. We demand accountability, Speaker. Alongside his namesake counterpart, he earned the title of being the biggest mampara for this week, exposing a shocking lack of care for the province's weak youth. We welcome the ongoing fraud investigation against PT Academy and the closure of this discredited entity, but that is not enough. The Standing Committee must summon SAFA, the parents, and the PT Academy leadership to account. SAPS should investigate possible child trafficking charges against those who send children to Europe without returns, leaving them sleeping on pavements. This legislature must demand full accountability so such a disgrace never happens again in this province. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Democratic Alliance, the DA. And for the
Honorable
third time,
Speaker,
Honorable Masipa, saved by the bell.
Honorable Speaker, while other provincial economic development agencies remain idle in the face of a geopolitical trade impasse, Westgrow, our clean and corrupt-free state-owned enterprise, is building resilience and diversifying trade links. In the past financial year alone, Westgrow facilitated 14.5 billion rands in new investments, supported 5.4 billion rands in export declarations, led 75 outward missions to 48 countries, and reached an audience of 31.9 million people through tourism, trade, and investments campaigns. This is why our province boasts the lowest unemployment rate in the country. The 30% tariff imposed by the US on South African exports poses a direct threat to these gains. The Western Cape accounts for over 70% of South Africa's agricultural exports to the US, valued at more than 3.5 billion rands, including 1.8 billion rands in citrus alone. While Lesotho has swiftly negotiated better tariffs, the ANC minister's response have been slow and inadequate. In contrast, the Western Cape has acted decisively. This is what a proactive strategic approach looks like. one that positions our province to withstand shocks, open new markets, and grow the economy despite global uncertainty. It is a model the rest of the country should follow. In May 2024, South Africans held their national dialogue at the ballot box and delivered a clear verdict. We do not trust the ANC to govern alone. The Western Cape cannot shoulder the national trade and investment promotion burden alone. The ANC cannot sit in endless national dialogues while millions of jobs remains at risk. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus welcomes the apology by the open chat presenters after we lodged a complaint at the South African Human Rights Commission. And these derogatory comments made against colored people, the colored community, of which the Khoi, the San and Griqua descendants are part of. Maar daar moet gelyke behandeling wees wanneer iemand van rasdiskriminasie beskuldig word of skuldig bevind word, Speaker, ongeag wie die opmerking maak. Blacks are not exempt from being racists, and there must be equal treatment across the racial and cultural divide in cases of this nature. Further, Speaker, this is a difficult time in our democracy. We have many uncertainties, especially as the nation seeks to find solutions to the impact of the recent tariff hikes on our exports, threatening thousands of jobs. That should be the focus now, Speaker, of all South Africans. Rome is burning, and the fire must be extinguished. And we must find common ground and a common way to put out this fire. The government of national unity must function as a unit in the interest of all South Africans, irrespective of what your race or culture is. When Rome burns, we all are going to burn. And we call for a solution, an immediate intervention to save the thousands of jobs at risk. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I recognize Al-Jamaa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one of the outcomes at the Pakistan SADC Chamber Trade Federation, the second Pakistan Africa Trade Summit, which started Monday. It was held on Monday and Tuesday, the 12th and 13th August 2025, is that of a willing buyer to purchase South African oranges, which were not exported to the US because of Donald Trump's high tariffs. The oranges, if not sold soon enough, will most likely go rotten and or get dumped if no buyer will be found. Pakistan, who is hosting a two-day trade summit in Johannesburg, remains South Africa's largest trading partner on the African continent. Al-Jamaa's leader, Honorable Hanif Hendricks, who is the Deputy Minister of Social Development, addressed the summit on sustainable livelihoods for economic upliftment and social transformation. The high US tariffs have created the trading of oranges an uncompetitive market. Pakistan's orange season starts when South Africa's season ends. This opens up an opportunity for both countries to enjoy oranges all year round, says Hendricks. The trading of oranges was endorsed by Pakistan's Federal Minister for Investment, Mr. Kaisar Ahmad Sheikh. The Al-Jamaa Party congratulates its leader on receiving 2 awards from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, which were handed over to him at the summit by Mr. Sheikh. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brinkes, and please allow me at this point to also, on behalf of all members, to wish you a happy birthday. I hope that the year ahead is filled with only the very best. Honorable members, now you're taking it a bit further.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that beautiful message. Thank you very much.
No problem. I recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP is shocked and very concerned to learn that colored secondary school pupils have the lowest levels of school attendance. This information comes from researchers at the Department of Statistics and Population Studies at the University of the Western Cape. There are more colored learners in the age group of 16 to 18 years out of school. The study found very disturbingly that previously disadvantaged colored families transfer their educational disadvantages to their children, meaning that the cycle of poorly educated children continues from parents to children. The study recommends further research to have a better understanding of why colored learners have lower levels of participation in the secondary education. And the study suggests that government agencies or non-government organizations should prioritize the intervention for the colored racial group. Speaker, this is disturbing because we know, and the study further showed, that factors such as poor living conditions, unemployment, child labor, poverty, child-headed households, and even children caring for the frail and the sickly are among the reasons for non-attendance of pupils at schools. These dropouts are lured by gangs, and because they are soft targets. Speaker, this is a serious problem, and something needs to be done so that we don't have more youngsters losing their life through alcohol, drugs, and gangs. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize Good.
Thank you, Speaker. We have no statement.
Thank you very much. I recognize the DA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, South Africa has become far too familiar with ANC corrupt scandals in government entities. We all remember the billions looted from Eskom during the state capture. We remember the brazen theft at Transnet, the chaos and criminality at Prasa, the PPE looting spree during the COVID-19 pandemic. From municipalities to state-owned enterprises, the pattern is always the same. Tender rigging, cadre deployment, and a total disregard for the people these institutions are meant to serve. And now we are faced with yet another unfolding scandal, the 800 million oxygen plant tender at the Independent Development Trust. The IDT plays a critical role in delivering social infrastructure projects to millions of South Africans, building schools, clinics, community facilities, and housing in the poorest communities. Entire towns and rural villages depend on the IDT to bring life-changing services closer to home. Speaker, given the ANC's track record, Speaker, it is no wonder that South Africans are asking, is this just another ANC corruption scheme? Given, while the DA supports Minister Dean McPherson's decisive action to bring independent investigators, refer criminal matters to the Hawks, and hold implicated officials to account, we must remain vigilant. The ANC's culture of corruption runs deep, and without strong oversight, the rot will continue unchecked. The tragedy is that every rand stolen from the IDT is a school not built, a clinic not equipped, a community left behind. South Africa cannot afford to keep paying the price for ANC corruption. The DA will keep
Honourable
on
member, your
exposing
time
the
has
truth,
expired. Please conclude.
demanding accountability,
and fighting for a clean, transparent infrastructure delivery
Thank you,
because the
thank you
people
very
deserve
much,
a
Honourable
government
Member.
that
Your time
builds
has
and not
expired.
steals.
Thank you
Thanks.
very much. Please take your seat. Honourable Members, that concludes member statements. In terms of Rule 145, subsection 6, I now give one or more members of the executive present an opportunity to respond to member statement for not more than 5 minutes collectively, if they so wish. I see the Minister of Finance, Minister Bartman.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I just had a quick look. I can't find any matter of financial misconduct in terms of Swellendam that has been reported to myself. So what I would like to request is that the member please just forward the respective evidence, and then between myself and Minister Bredel, whether it's a financial or non-financial matter, we will assess the matter and report back to the House in terms of the committee system if necessary. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I'm going to share just 2 emails quickly with the House. I'm willing to forward it to the real Mampara, which is Member Barnes. This is emails from her colleagues, the National DIRCO, sent to me and all other people involved, thanking us for being present. If you have your kids stranded in another country, and I hope it doesn't happen to anyone in the future, the great thing to find out, and I'll share and I'll read some of the WhatsApps as well from the parents to know there's somebody there to help. But they will never appreciate it. People who destroyed this country will never understand it, so can't expect it from them. But let me take you to the timelines. On that Monday morning, I personally spoke to Mr. Brandon Timmy at least 8 times. I hope I've got enough time. I'll try to do quickly, but I'll give them the longer answer in writing. Because they're so predictable, I even have the answer in writing. Because they don't understand what's happening to deal with crisis. The police has collapsed, SAPs have collapsed. They don't understand what the crisis is needed. So on that morning, I personally spoke to Mr. Timmy, who gave me so many stories, honorable members. He sold his car, he's waiting for money. This is happening, the money will be in an hour. So many stories. So you have to make executive decisions. At that point, at 10 o'clock Monday morning, Mr. Brandon Timmy could not give me an answer. Does he have the flights? No. And I've got some of it in writing. I'm willing to bring it to the standing committee so you can understand how executive decision making works. At that point, he could not give us credible answers about flight bookings. So the decision was made to go to Portugal. It's the brilliant decision, and I'll do it again tomorrow. At about 2 o'clock the afternoon, I got a call from the Tracy Lang Initiative to say they've got 50% of the funding rate. Well done to them. Incredible work done by them. You can't take a cent away from what they did. That was at midday the afternoon when I was at Madrid airport en route to Portugal. An hour after I landed, after having met with Mr. Carl Relu, the author of this email and the author of the thank you, an hour after I've met with the coaches, we sat at the restaurants with the logistic teams, I created a WhatsApp group with the Tracy Lang Foundation and the chief director in our department to start talking logistics and see how government, us, can book the flight. Fortunately, and thank God, fortunately, Abu Kila informed me, Minister Mackenzie, we don't need the funding from government. We have raised the funds. It was a blessing. That was an hour after I landed. Again, we made the right decision to go. It's a decision I'll make again tomorrow. At that point, they then said, I said, well done. Everybody was happy, and they took over the flight arrangements. That was an hour after I landed, honorable members. And the parents during that time, obviously they thanked me, but at the time they didn't know who it was. And I informed them, you know via social media, Tracy Lang has done it. Don't thank me. It was Tracy Lang Fund Initiative that has raised the fund. It wasn't government money. The point as clear as daylight. And I hope you would appreciate, honorable members, why parents were happy at that point. There was somebody on the ground. So honorable members, if you do not in that situation, if you make decisions that have destroyed the country, you send somebody go to Iran, as the premier indicated, while we are fighting, negotiating with your other neighbor, you wouldn't understand this decision. But men and women like us who understand in that moment, you make a decision that you cannot predict what's going to happen. An hour later, somebody else would have raised the money. And well done to them. But it's a decision this government will make again in the interest of children. And again, I hope these members will assist me. Somebody mentioned Alvin Botha's numbers. Please send him a WhatsApp now. There's a letter laying on Ronald Lamola's desk sent by me to create an emergency fund in situations like this. Please send them a WhatsApp because somebody mentioned their name. Thank you, Speaker.
Order. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. There's still 16 seconds left. Any other Minister of the Executive want to respond?
WhatsApp, Honourable Speaker, I will WhatsApp that letter to them that they can send to Albert Bottas.
Thank you very much. Order. Order. The time has now expired. But Honourable Minister, in future, please indicate and don't just jump up and start speaking. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of member statements. In terms of Rule 151, all notices of motions by members are required to be delivered to the Secretary for placing on the order paper. These motions have been duly submitted and published on the order paper below the line. We then move on to motions without notice in terms of Rule 150. I would like to inform you that in terms of Standing Rule 150 pertaining to motions without notice, condolence and congratulatory were submitted to the Programming Authority prior to this plenary on the 12th of August 2025. Members are also reminded that motions without notice pertaining to congratulatory and condolences will not be allowed in the sitting that have not been processed by the Programming Authority. I've also been informed by the Programming Authority that at the meeting of the 12th of August 2025, political parties submitted the names of honourable members in the desired order of speaking and who had wished to move a motion without notice in this sitting. I will therefore, just for noting and for the purposes of the minutes, call out the honourable members whose names have accordingly been submitted and approved. The following members' motions have been approved by the Programming Authority as follows. Honourable D.G. Jacobs, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable T.C.R. Walters, Honourable T.C.R. Walters, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable B.M. van Minnen, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable N.P. Masipa, Honourable M. Boyson, Honourable D.W. Bryant, Honourable D.W. Bryant, Honourable B. Stoffel, Honourable F. Kamfer, Honourable M.K. Syed, Honourable Bean Gensu, Honourable R. Van Vogel, and Honourable P.Z. Lekker. I now put the motions duly submitted and approved by the Programming Authority to the House. Honourable members, are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The motions will appear in the minutes of the proceedings and in Hansard in each individual member's name as if the member had read them out aloud. I will now afford the opportunity to members to move motions without notice as per Standing Rule 150, subsection 3, subsection D. This could also include motions without notice that were not approved in the Programming Authority meeting. Members, you are reminded that for this session, in terms of Standing Rule 150, subsection 3, subsection D, there will be 30 minutes allocated, and that will start now. I recognize the Honourable Barnes.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with sadness and expresses its deepest condolences following the horrific and senseless murder of 7-year-old Lolita Kowa from Kuyasa Khayelitsha. Notes that Lolita was reported missing by her mother on the evening of Tuesday, 22 July 2025, and that her body was tragically discovered the next morning at a nearby dumping site, brutally assaulted, wrapped in bloody clothing, and a screwdriver lodged in her skull. Notes that the autopsy reports further confirm that she was sexually violated before being killed. Notes that this barbaric crime has once again laid bare to the continued failure of the Western Cape and its law enforcement agencies to protect our most vulnerable, especially women and children living in poor and undeserved communities. Notes that it is unacceptable that communities such as Khayelitsha continue to suffer from inadequate policing, under-resourced social services, and poor infrastructure, all of which contribute to growing climate of fear and lawlessness. Notes that we cannot allow the murder of yet another child to pass without accountability or systematic change. Calls for an urgent review of province's safety and security strategy challenges this government to prioritize the lives of the marginalized, not only in words but in action, and expresses its deepest sympathy to the family of Lolita Kowa. I so move, Speaker.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There's an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Lecker.
Thank you, House Chair. I move without notice that the House notes with deep sorrow and outrage the brutal rape and murder of a 25-year-old Zenande Chazbane from Nyanga, who was tragically killed just days after seeking a protection order from the authorities. Further notes that Zenande's death reflects a devastating systemic failure by the justice and law enforcement system to provide timely and effective protection to women who are at risk of gender-based violence. Condemns in the strongest possible terms the ongoing violence against women in the Western Cape, particularly in working class communities such as Nyanga East, which remain under-policed, under-resourced and neglected by the provincial government. Acknowledges that Zenande's murder is not an isolated case, but part of a broader crisis of gender-based violence and femicide that continues to claim the lives of countless women and girls in the province. Calls on this House and the Western Cape government to prioritize the safety of women urgently through improved access to justice, stronger accountability mechanisms in the SAPS and the court system, and the expansion of gender-based violence prevention programs, and conveys its sincerest condolences to friends and family. I thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable members, are the objection to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection that the motion being moved without notice, not to the motion itself. I recognize Honourable Van Vogel.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move without notice that the House express its deepest condolences following the fatal shooting of a 46-year-old Nahima van der Vind, a resident of Kalksteenfontein, who was gunned down in cold blood in what is believed to be a targeted attack. Note that it is alleged that Ms. van der Vind was a key witness in an active criminal case, raising serious concern about the safety and protection of whistleblowers and witnesses in our justice system. Notes that this incident has not only robbed the family of a mother, sister, and a loved one, but also struck a blow to the broader fight against crime and corruption, as it sends a chilling message to those who dare to speak out, condemns in the strongest possible terms the continued failure by the Western Cape government and law enforcement agencies to implement adequate witness protection and community safety measures, particularly in crime-ridden areas such as Kalksteenfontein. Notes that the ongoing pattern of intimidation, violence, and the silencing of witness undermines the rule of law and obstructs justice, especially for communities already living under the siege of gangs and violent crime. Calls on the provincial government and the South African Police Service to strengthen mechanisms that guarantee the protection of witnesses, whistleblowers, and vulnerable individuals who come forward in the interest of justice, and convey its sincere sympathy to the Van der Vind family and the Kalksteenfontein community. May her life and bravery not be forgotten, and may her death serve as a for change and accountability in the Western Cape criminal justice system. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Vogel. Honourable members, are there an objection to the motion being moved without notice? Are there an objection to the motion itself? All right, the motion will be, there is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I then move on to Honourable Ngaiso. Gayinsu.
I move it without notice that this House expresses its grave concern on the mounting frustration over the alarming and persistent safety failures plaguing my city N2 express services. As recently reported, breakdowns occurring with alarming frequency, doors failing to close properly, and buses even catching fire, all of which have severe compromised commuter safety and shaken public confidence in the city's transport commitments to date. This intolerable state of affairs constitute both a public safety crisis and a gross failure of governance by the Western Cape Provincial Government, which must be held accountable for oversight breakdowns, inadequate maintenance protocols, and the neglect of essential transport infrastructure. Commuters, workers, students, and families depend on reliable public transport. Instead, they are being exposed to danger, unpredictability, and unrest on daily journeys. We therefore call on Premier and MEC for Mobility to immediately conduct a comprehensive safety audit of the MyCity N2 Express fleet, including independent engineering inspections, maintenance, records, and emergency response readiness. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable member. Are there an objection to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Can I just remind honourable members, I've allowed the member to continue because I didn't want to interrupt him during his delivery of that motion. The programming authority has agreed on a sequence. So honourable member, you jumped the sequence. So just when you get to the next opportunity to remember that's happened. And then move on to honourable Lekker.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House express its deepest concern and outrage over the recent break-in at the Luandle Library, which has forced its indefinite closure. Library staff discovered the aftermath of the attempted burglary early Monday morning, finding that perpetrators had gained access through the ceiling, bypassing security in a highly unorthodox and alarming manner. Once inside, the criminals vandalized the electrical system and damaged crucial water pipes, resulting in substantial flooding and rendering the library unsafe and unusable, and condemns the provincial government for failing to provide adequate security maintenance and oversight for the public infrastructure that serves the vulnerable communities. The Luandle Library is more than a building. It is a critical hub for education, literacy, and community development. Its closure represents not just physical damage, but the denial of essential resources to the learners, students, and the broader community, highlighting systemic neglect and mismanagement, and calls on the Premier and the MEC for Cultural Affairs and Sport together with the MEC for Community Safety to urgently intervene by ensuring the following: the immediate security upgrades are implemented, that the library is repaired and restored to full functionality without any delay, and that the broader assessment is conducted for public libraries and community facilities across the province to prevent similar incidents. The provincial government must take full responsibility and act decisively to protect public assets, safeguard educational resources, and uphold the rights of citizens to access learning spaces without fear of crime or neglect. I so move.
Thank you very much, honourable member. Honourable members, are there any objection to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. Again, honourable members, I wish to remind you, honourable Lekker, that also to follow the sequence. I now recognize the honourable Lekker again, and this is the congratulations motion. All right. Okay, yeah. Then I'll recognize Honorable Ngensu.
Certainly, I'm going to the sequence will be okay. Speaker, I move without notice that the House expresses its outrage at the recent incident in which 25 junior soccer players from Cape Town were left stranded in Portugal in July 2025 after the BTT Football Academy failed to secure their return flight tickets following their participation in a tournament in Spain. This disgraceful negligence not only endangered the safety and well-being of these young athletes, but also brought shame to the name of our province. While we acknowledge the heroic efforts of private individuals and community initiatives in raising funds to ensure the children's safe return, it is unacceptable that such a crisis was allowed to happen in the first place. This incident exposes the urgent need for stricter oversight, regulation, and accountability for sports academies operating in the Western Cape. Call on the provincial government to introduce and enforce clear compliance standards, vetting processes, and safeguarding measures to protect young athletes from exploitation and abandonment when representing our communities abroad. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without note? There's no need to justify, Honourable Minister. The order members. There's no need to justify whether you object or not. There is no objection and the motion is therefore agreed to. I'll then go back to Honourable Lekker.
Thank you, Speaker. That the House congratulates the Wynberg Dedicated Sexual Offences Regional Court for delivering a landmark verdict in the case of the state versus Tamsanga Makumsa on the 22nd April 2024, finding the defendant guilty on multiple counts of sexual assault and rape. We commend the acting regional court prosecutor, Fazlin Chubido, and investigating officer, Sergeant Charles of the Nyanga FCS for their unwavering commitment, meticulous work, and professional collaboration, which were instrumental in securing justice for the survivor. The young girl, who was just 10 years old when the abuse began, displayed remarkable courage in breaking her silence, enabling the full might of the law to hold her abuser accountable. The life imprisonment sentence handed down to Makumsa reflects the National Prosecuting Authority intolerance of such heinous crimes and reinforces society's commitment to protecting vulnerable children. The House acknowledges the bravery of the survivor and applauds all those involved in this successful prosecution, whose dedication upholds justice, safeguards children, and strengthens public confidence in South Africa's legal system. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Lekker. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? No objections, agreed to. Now I move on to Honourable Side.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I move without notice that this House notes with deep concern and outrage that nearly 200 school assistants in the Western Cape have not received their stipend payments for several weeks, leaving many of them who already earn meager wages unable to meet their basic needs and fulfill their family responsibility. This House further notes that these school assistants play a critical role in supporting teachers, in enhancing classroom learning, and ensuring the smooth functioning of schools, yet they are being treated with disregard and disrespect by the provincial administration. This House condemns the unacceptable delays in payment as a gross failure of governance and financial management by the Western Cape Provincial Government, which has once again demonstrated its lack of ability to prioritize the livelihoods of ordinary working people over bureaucratic inefficiencies. It is a disgrace that a province where the cost of living is amongst the highest in the country, the very people who contribute daily to the education and development of our children are left without income for weeks on end. We call on the provincial government to immediately release all outstanding payments to school assistants, to put in place clear and enforceable timelines for stipend disbursement, and to account to this House for the administrative failures that caused these delays. Furthermore, we demand the implementation of stronger labor protections and contractual safeguard to ensure that no school assistant or any other vulnerable worker in the provincial education system is ever again subjected to such hardship and indignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Side. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion? Objection to the motion being moved without notice? Honourable Minister, you can object, but can I just table it? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I recognize the Honourable Side.
Honourable Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes with alarm the outrage that ongoing gun violence in the Steenberg community forced Steenberg High School to dismiss learners and staff early on Tuesday due to a surge of shootings in the area. This House further notes that this is not an isolated incident, but part of a long-standing pattern of violence in many working-class communities in the Western Cape, where learners' right to education is repeatedly undermined by the provincial government's failure to address the root causes of crime and ensure the safety of our schools. The House condemns the inaction and inadequate response by the provincial government, which continues to leave communities like Steenberg trapped between gang violence and under-resourced policing. The safety of learners, teachers, and school staff cannot be treated as a secondary issue or left solely in the hands of overstretched police services. The provincial administration has the political and constitutional responsibility to coordinate urgent interventions, strengthen school safety programs, and work with national government to deploy additional policing, social services, and community development resources to violent hotspots. We therefore call on the Premier and the MEC for Education to account to this House on what concrete immediate steps will be taken to protect learners and educators in Steenberg and other affected communities, and to present a comprehensive time-bound safety plan to address both the security crisis and the socio-economic drivers of violence. This House further demands that the provincial government stop shifting the blame to national authorities and instead exercise its own powers to deliver the safety, stability, and peace that our communities have been demanding for too long. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I now recognize the Honourable Ngentu. Honourable Ngentu, you've delivered that motion. So now you need to go back to the first one that you were initially supposed to deliver.
Thank you very much. No. No. We want us to sell our national sovereignty. We're selling paradise when I Premier. Thank you, Chair. The DA is confused. I move without notice that the House notes with deep sadness and alarm the tragic death of Amanda Manenza, a mother of 3, was fatally shot on the R300 highway after experiencing a burst tire. Notes that this shocking incident not only highlights the ever-increasing danger on our roads, but also raises serious concern about the criminal activity and safety of motorists on key transport routes in the Western Cape. Condemns this brutal act and the apparent lawlessness that continues to claim innocent lives, particularly those of women and mothers who bear the burden of raising families and contributing to society. Knows that the continued violence on our roads and highways, especially in areas such as R300, reflects a deeper failure of the provincial government and law enforcement agencies to implement adequate patrols, civilians, and emergency response systems. Calls on the Western Cape government and relevant law enforcement authorities to take urgent steps to secure high-risk routes such as the R300 and to work collaboratively with communities and national stakeholders to improve visibility, response time, and road user safety, and extend its heartfelt condolences to the Manenza family and her 3 children and all who knew and loved her. I so moved.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection for the motion being moved without notice and will be printed on the order paper. Recognize the Honourable Barnes.
Thank
Honourable
you, Speaker.
Barnes.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with grave concern the latest unemployment statistics released by Statistics SA for the second quarter of 2025. The national official unemployment rate has taken a rise to 33.2%, up from 32.9% in the first quarter, marking the highest rate in a year. This translates to an increase of 140,000 unemployed individuals, bringing the total to 8.4 million South Africans without work. Equally alarming is the situation in the Western Cape, where official unemployment rate has surged by 1.5% from 19.6% in the first quarter to 21.1% in the second quarter of 2025. This increase is the highest among all provinces and underscores a significant deterioration in the provincial labor market and condemns the Western Cape provincial government's failure to implement effective economic policies that can reverse the alarming trend. The lack of substantial job creation, particularly in sectors with high labor absorption potential, and the absence of comprehensive provincial employment strategy are evident. We therefore call on the Premier and the MEC for Finance and Economic Opportunities to urgently present before this House a detailed time-bound economy recovery and job creation plan. This plan must prioritize the most vulnerable communities, include measurable targets, and backed by real resources. Additionally, we demand immediate action to address the systematic issues contributing to the province's rising unemployment rate and to restore the dignity of work to the people of the Western Cape. I so move, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before I haven't even tabled it, Honourable Minister, is that a point of order?
Yes, Speaker, I would like you to rule the motion invalid. There's no MEC for Finance and Economic Opportunities in the Western Cape.
I was going to deal with that after I've tabled it, because in terms of Rule 153, I have the power to amend a motion. So I was going to get there, Minister. I put the motion. Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection. And then, Honourable Barnes, in terms of Rule 153, I just want to inquire from you, which MEC are you referring to? Because as the Minister correctly pointed out, there is not a Minister of Finance and Economic Opportunities. There is a Minister of Finance and a Minister of Economic Development, Tourism and Agriculture. So I just need to know for record's sake, to who is this motion attributed to?
MEC Mayor and MEC Bergman. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Okay, honourable members, I will amend the rule. I will amend the motion in terms of Rule 153. Order, members. If the table staff can please note that I'm amending the motion in terms of Rule 153 to read the MEC, the Premier, the MEC for Finance, and the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Agriculture. We then therefore move on. Now, you have already objected. I'm making sure that the record and Hansard reflects accurately and that the rules of the House is applied. And therefore move on. I recognize the Honourable Van Vogel.
Speaker, I move without notice that this House express profound alarm and indignation that more than half of Cape Town early childhood development centers, over 1,310 out of 2,620, remain unregistered, as confirmed by the Deputy Mayor Eddie Andrews at a recent ECD in Durban, with as many as 63,000 children being cared for in the unregulated facilities that do not qualify for the current 24 rand per child subsidy. The unacceptable maize registration process, plagued by burdensome development charges, zoning barriers, expensive compliance requirements, inconsistent regulations, and protracted timeframes has pushed crash owners into crippling debt, often leading to unpaid staff and hungry children. This situation is a humiliating failure of governance that leaves the most vulnerable children without safe, reliable, or quality early learning environment. The provincial government cannot wash its hands of this crisis by citing red tapes or logistical challenges. It is structurally incapable of fulfilling its constitutional duty to safeguard children's rights by providing equal access to foundational education and care, particularly in impoverished and informal areas. We therefore call on the Premier, the MEC for Social Development and Education, and the MEC for Finance and Economic Opportunities to intervene with urgency. This House demands that they immediately simplify and streamline the ECD registration process by removing punitive development charges for small facilities, waiving zoning restrictions in informal settlement, and introducing a pro-poor tiered compliance system into informal operators. The provincial government must also provide emergency financial support to centers that have accurate unsustainable debt due to delayed compliance or registration processes, ensuring that staff salaries and child welfare are not sacrificed at the altar of all this red tape. I so move.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable Premier, is that a point of order?
Speaker, again, there was a wrong mention of a minister in our government, and so I would suggest that perhaps the speechwriter get, and this is the new speechwriter that's obviously been deployed by the Rasool team to try and get this team up to scratch, and that he or she be told about the actual structure of this government. Thank you.
All right, honourable order. Honourable Premier, that is not a point of order. Honourable Minister, is that a point of order?
Yes,
What's your
Speaker,
point of order?
just in terms of Rule 153, that the motion offends the practices and rules of this House, and therefore, because there's no MEC of Finance and Economic Opportunities, that the motion be disallowed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. The Rule 153 gives me the discretion to amend the rule or to deal with the rule, the motion, in whichever way I deemed necessary. The motion has been submitted. I'm about to put it to the House for consideration. Honourable members, are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There is an objection, and the motion will be printed on the order paper. I just want to confirm with the Honourable Van Vogel in terms of 153. In terms of Rule 153, who are you referring to? Which MEC? Because there is no MEC for Finance and Economic Opportunities. Just for the record, in order for us to amend the motion. If the table staff can please amend the motion to reflect the MEC for Finance in terms of Rule 153. Honourable members, that unfortunately brings us to the end of motions order. That brings us to the end of motions without notice. We then move on, and I will ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill B15 2025, ratification of a final mandate.
Thank you. The House received the report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, conferring on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I recognize the ANC.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to declare our support for the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill. This bill is more than a technical adjustment to the national budget. It is a statement of principle. It seeks to stabilize public finances, protect social spending, and promote equitable resource allocation across all spheres of government. The ANC supports the bill because it reflects a balanced approach to fiscal discipline without abandoning the constitutional duty to progressively realize the rights of all citizens. In an environment of sluggish economic growth, high unemployment, and rising living costs, the bill safeguards the social wage by ensuring that the majority of public spending remains directed toward education, health, social protection, housing, and community development. At its core, the division of revenue framework is about fairness. It is designed to distribute resources in a way that recognizes both national priorities and the unique needs of provinces and municipalities. It strengthens intergovernmental cooperation, ensures that funds for essential services are protected, and invests in infrastructure that can unlock economic potential while addressing the legacies of spatial and social inequality. However, principles on paper must be translated into practice. The Western Cape's government's budgetary choices too often fail to align with these national objectives. By undermining social priorities, cutting vital posts in education, underspending on housing, and favoring prestige projects over the urgent needs of the poor. We're seriously concerned by the cuts to teacher posts for the 2025 academic year, as well as the fact that there is no provision for growth in teacher posts for the 2026 school year. More concerning is the underspending of human settlement conditional grants, while our people need houses and services in informal settlement. Honorable Speaker, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill provides a sound national framework for both fiscal sustainability and social justice. Our task in the Western Cape is to implement it faithfully, ensuring that every rand allocated serves to improve the lives of all our people, especially those in need. I so move.
Thank you very much. I recognize the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance support the recommendation and mandate of the Budget Committee. We understand that we are underfunded, but it must not be an excuse for us not to deliver services and empower the people of the Western Cape. Speaker, it is important that the BFI funding be aligned with the national development goals. Ons moet toesien dat die lot van ons mense verander word. Ons is almal, ons voel almal, ons weet almal, verskoning Speaker, dat die Weskaap steier onder geweld en ander sosiale probleme. Dit het oor tyd geword dat die geld wat ons ontvang gemeet word aan uitkomste en resultate. Verskoning het 'n probleem in die lig hier, Speaker. Okay.
Geen probleem, dankie agbare lid. The EFF. The NCC. The Freedom Front Plus. Al Jamaa. ACDP.
I don't have a statement, Chair.
Thank you very much. Good.
Speaker, we support the mandate.
Thank you very much. And the Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Speaker, today the House considers the Division of Revenue Bill, a crucial piece of legislation that determines how the Western Cape's budget is shared between its departments. It is about ensuring that the people of this province receive the resources that they need to live, work and thrive. The Western Cape faces unique pressures. Over the past decade, our population has grown by more than 19%, far above the national average. That means that more children in our classrooms, more patients in our hospitals, and more families in need of housing and other services. Yet, the provincial equitable share formula still lags the reality reflected in the latest census data. If budgets do not match the scale of the demand, service delivery inevitably suffers, which is why the Budget Committee unanimously submitted recommendations to the NCOP. One of the most urgent recommendations is that of the funding for the Tygerberg Hospital mega project. This is a vital investment in health infrastructure that has already been prioritized through the budget facility for infrastructure, but the remaining funds have yet been released by the National Treasury. Every delay costs lives, and every delay compounds the pressure of our overburdened health system. We have also called for clarity on the financial implications of the recent public sector wage agreement. Without careful planning, these costs could undermine fiscal stability and crowd out essential service delivery. Local governments too need much stronger support, particularly those grappling with revenue shortfalls, disaster recovery backlogs, and the infrastructure demand that come with rapid growth. And if we are serious about job creation, we must continue to invest where growth potential is greatest, in sectors like agriculture, in line with the Western Cape's growth for job strategy. The recommendations in the Western Cape's negotiating mandate are constructive, evidence-based, and focused on real solutions. They recognize that resources must follow the growing need and that responsive budgeting is the foundation of a more equitable and sustainable fiscal future. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance believe that this bill, with the proposed recommendations, will help ensure fairer, more responsive budgeting for our province. We therefore declare our support for the Division of Revenue Bill. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Johnson. Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently 32 honourable members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House that the report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill be ratified and adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the second order of the day. Oh, my apologies. Thank you very much, Secretary. The report of the Budget Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill has therefore been adopted. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the appointment of the Western Cape Commissioner for Children.
I have been informed by the Chief Whip that the Programming Authority resolved that there would be no list of speakers. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I recognize the ANC. For no longer than 3 minutes. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The African National Congress welcomes the appointment of the highly skilled Masara Helena Roberts as the new Western Cape Children's Commissioner. We commend our caucus of the Sixth Administration for working collaboratively across political lines to champion the implementation of the Western Cape Constitution by ensuring that the office of the Commissioner for Children is not just an idea on paper, but a real and functioning mechanism to protect the rights of our province's youngest citizens. We also would like to thank the Honourable Chairperson of our Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Development for leading us from the front in a united manner to arrive at one candidate at the end. And we worked well together across party political lines. We trust that this appointment will build an important foundation laid, and, and that it will not be reduced to a mere tick box exercise. The role of the Commissioner must be one of active advocacy, visible leadership, and fearless defense of the rights of children. The ANC calls on Premier Windi to not only fulfill the legal requirement of appointing the Commissioner, but to also empower and adequately resource the office so that it can carry out its mandate effectively. Sadly, this office was not adequately supported by the executive and could not fulfill its role optimally. This is why the previous Commissioner did not even avail herself for a second term. We cannot ignore the reality. Children in the Western Cape are dying. This year alone, we have mourned the loss of 4-year-old Davin, killed by stray bullets, and 7-year-old Lolita, whose life was cut short in another senseless act of violence. These are not isolated incidents. They are part of a pattern of tragedy that must end. The establishment and strengthening of the Commissioner's office is meant to be part of the armor protecting our children. But the office alone is not enough. It must be backed by political will, community partnerships, and targeted interventions to address the root causes of violence, neglect, and abuse. The ANC stands ready to work with the Commissioner, civil society, and communities to ensure that no child in this province is left unprotected, unheard, or unsafe. The lives of our children demand nothing less. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Side. I recognize the PA.
Honourable Speaker, as the Patriotic Alliance, we welcome the appointment of Michaela Sarah Roberts as the Commissioner of Children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize the EFF, the NCC, the Freedom Front Plus, Al-Jamaa, ACDP.
No statement, Speaker.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you, Speaker. We support the nomination of Ms. Roberts as the new Child Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. The Democratic Alliance.
Honourable Speaker, the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters has concluded its deliberations on the appointment process of the next Western Cape Commissioner for Children. The committee's recommendation, arising from a rigorous and transparent process, will now be tabled for adoption by this House in terms of the Western Cape Commissioner for Children Act 2019. This process, rooted in public participation, saw 61 nominations, open comment, public interviews, objective scoring, and comprehensive vetting. We also, as a matter of fact, had suggestions made by various child monitors as well. It reflects our province's unwavering commitment to fairness, transparency, and accountability in public appointments. The Commissioner for Children is an independent voice for the protection and promotion of children's rights, the first such institution on the African continent. As the inaugural Commissioner's term is concluded, this appointment ensures the continuity of that vital mandate. I also, Mr. Speaker, would like to take the opportunity to extend my greatest thanks to all the parties involved and for the participation in the process. It was truly very, very fortunate that we managed to have a common approach and found agreement in this matter. The Democratic Alliance fully supports the committee's recommendation and the integrity of the process that has brought us to this point. We reaffirm our support for this process and look forward to the Premier's appointment in line with the law, so that work of safeguarding our children's future continues without interruption. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Minnen. Honourable members, I have to announce that there are currently 29 members present and entitled to vote, and the House is therefore quorate. The question put before the House is that the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the appointment of the Western Cape Commissioner for Children be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The report of the Standing Committee on the Premier and Constitutional Matters on the appointment of the Western Cape Commissioner for Children has therefore been adopted. Honourable members, with that being said, that concludes the business for the day. The Secretary will now end the meeting and all members will be exited from the sitting and the House is adjourned.